this tutorial, we will build a modern rebrand of X. On the home page, users will be welcomed by a clean layout where suggested users are displayed at the top to encourage new connections. Below that, the main post feed takes center stage, letting users scroll through updates with ease. For navigation, a left sidebar will provide a quick access to pages and actions, while the right sidebar will showcase hashtag extracted dynamically from created posts, helping users discover trending topics in real time. The Explore page will act as a discovery hub. Users can either click hashtags from the right sidebar or search for specific hashtags directly, instantly surfacing posts tied to those tags. This creates a smooth way to dive into communities, explore interests, and follow conversations. The profile page will highlight the individual user. It will display all posts created by the user, along with a follow button that allows others to stay connected with their updates. This is where Clerk Authentication and Prisma relations shine, enabling secure user sessions and smooth management of following relations. The post page will provide a detailed view of any single post. Users can see the full post content, like posts, reply, and join the conversation. With mention and hashtag autocomplete built onto the post reply modal, engaging with content will feel natural. Posting will be quick and interactive. Users open the create post modal with mention and hashtag autocomplete. Optionally upload images or videos through ImageKit and submit. Posts can be liked, replied to, and discovered through hashtag in real time. We'll build this platform using some of the most powerful tools in the web ecosystem. Our stack includes Next.js with TypeScript for a Scalable React framework, TailwindCSS for styling, Clerk for authentication, Prisma ORM connected to Neon for a serverless database. We'll set up tRPC for fully end-to-end type-safe APIs, and integrate ImageKit for seamless image and video uploads. To streamline development, we'll use ngrok for secure local testing and concurrently to manage multiple processes. We'll also add a React error boundary to gracefully handle errors in the UI. By the end, we'll have a responsive, feature-rich platform with SEO-friendly metadata for every page, discovering an experience on par with today's top social app. So to get started, you just need to create a folder. So for me, I have called it that is XRebrand, and then you can just drag and drop it inside your code editor. For me, I'm using VS Code. Just do that. Then you can open your terminal, and then here we are going to type the command. So we are going to use Next.js as you have said. And then here you will see some of the reasons why we choose basically I chose Next.js. One being built-in optimization, dynamic HTML streaming, React server components, data fetching, client and server rendering, and then server actions, and many others. And when it comes to that is compiling and all of that, you can see speedy web compiler. And then when developing, we are using TurboPack to spin up our project in a very fast way. So basically you can scroll down and see some of the companies that have built their website using Next.js. So basically it is widely used. So to get started, you can copy the command here. So this command here and then you can paste it here, and then you can type dot, then forward stroke, so that the project can be created inside this folder here. So then you can hit enter. So for my case, I want us to use burn. Burn is much more faster. So to use burn, you can search burn. Okay. So scroll down, the first link here. You can see burn. It is much more faster compared to Nano, and then also Node.js. Okay, so to install it, for me, I'm using Windows. So you can see, you can just copy all of this, and then you can just paste it on your PM. That is our PowerShell, and then it will be installed. And if you are using Linux or Mac OS, you can also use this part here. So let me close this. Then to spin up our project using a burn, you can just use this command right here. This command right here, which you can just copy it right here. And then you can just paste it there, and then just repeat what we did earlier, that's in ./, then hit enter. So it is going to take a moment. So if it is your first time, it is going to take a moment basically to install some dependents, basically to install this one here inside your computer. So don't worry. So here the first thing we are being asked if we are using TypeScript. So yes. So yes, lint, you can say yes. So you can see here you have another option that is BioMe. Basically I don't know it, and then you can say no. So let's choose yes, lint. And then for TailwindCSS, yes, we are using TailwindCSS. Then say yes. Then you don't need to have an extra folder here, so you can just say no. And then for the app router, of course, and then TurboPack, yes. So TurboPack is what we have basically seen here. Okay, TurboPack is this one here. Okay, and that is an incremental boundary optimized for JavaScript and TypeScript written in Rust and built on top of Next.js. So here we don't need to customize our import alias, which are the one that we use, that is art. So you can say no, and then the dependencies and dev dependencies will be installed, and then you can see your project right here. Okay, so to continue, as it installs all these dependencies, so what you need to do, you need to head over to Clerk, that is clerk.com. okay, then make sure you sign in. So for me, I'm signed in. So then head over to the dashboard. Okay, head over to the dashboard. So you'll be using Clerk for authentication. So as I have said, so be using it for authentication. It is much more faster to integrate it into our own projects. So I basically prefer it for this project. So let it spin up, and then when it finishes, so we just need to come here. So when it is done, and then you can say create a new project. Okay, then you are going to be taken onto this page here, whereby you're going to create a new project. So here you can call it what? Let's call it XRebrand. So that is XRebrand, and then here we can remove this one here. Okay, and then you can allow username. Okay, or basically you can allow email, but also you'll be required to pass that is the username. Okay, and then you can just click create. Username is a must that you choose it. Okay, because we'll be using username basically as an ID in our own project. So after that you will see all of these steps here, basically to actually set up the project. So you can see all of this. So here you can see this one here. You're going to copy it later on, but for now I just want us to have these environment variables here. So then when you come here, create a new file, call it env dot, that is .roco, sorry, that is .env.roco, like that, and then paste that is the environment variables, like that. So you need to make sure that the spelling here you don't change them. and also this one here you don't change them, because you will see that we will not basically pass them to any crack package. Basically it reads them by its own. Okay, so it is important that you let them be like that. And then when you come here, when you come here, you need to head over to Neon. Okay, so let me close some of this. So here, just log in. For me, I'm already logged in. I believe I'm going to be redirected to the dashboard. So here you just need to create a database and then get the environment variable, that is the database URL. Okay, so just give it a moment. So should also make sure that everything is basically storing right here, so it doesn't hang. And then when you come here, the first thing, you can see we already have our previous project, so here you just need to click new project, and then here you can just say let's say XRebrand. Okay, and then you can choose either AWS or Azure, and then here you can choose the region that is closest to you, and then you can say create. Okay, it is that simple to create that is a Neon database. So we'll be using Neon together with the Prisma. So we'll be using basically Prisma. Basically we only use it to store basically text, that is the post, that is the image URL, and the user details. Okay, that is the user details that we'll be getting from Clerk. Okay, and then here to connect, you can just click here connect. After that, I'm just waiting for the environment variable here to load, and then here you can just copy it, but there is an option here. I don't know if it is here or it is here, connect. Okay, yeah, so here database role computing. Okay, they usually have an option if you are using Prisma, or you're using if you're using basically any other options, but basically we just need that URL. So we just need this URL right here, not URL basically, but the database URL. So we close it. So here for my case, bad failed, no version matching. Okay, and for specifier xcore. Okay, so I don't know what is wrong, so I just run ban install. Okay, and then here I'm going to say database URL. Then I'm going to remove all of this, or basically you can do something like this. Okay, like that. Okay, and then now the last thing that we need to do is get the ImageKit. Okay, we're using the ImageKit to store our video, and also our image from our post. So head over to the dashboard. If you aren't signed in, make sure you are signed in. Okay, make sure you are signed in, and then after that you'll be directed to the dashboard or any other page, but after that you'll be able to see this left sidebar here. You just need to head over to the developers options. Okay, so here you can see we have these environment variables. So let me copy the one that we'll be using, so I just don't want to type them out, sorry. So here you can see ban here have finished installing. So I just clear the terminal. So here you can see we'll be needing ImageKit, that is the public key, which is this one here. Just copy it, okay, then paste it there. Then we'll be needing the private key. So for the private key, you see that you will need to create a, if you haven't created that is the password, you basically see a link to the, that will direct you to the, so I think I don't remember the name of the link, but you will be having an option, a link, an option link here that you will click, and then you'll be directed to where you can actually create your your password, then submit. Okay, then you can just copy it. That is the image private key. So you can see that. So important thing to mention, when you start by having that is next underscore public, that means this this key will be visible on the would be visible on the current components, which is okay for a public key. But for database URL, this should not be the case. You can see we didn't start by having next underscore public, and also here you can see we don't have that option. That means we want these keys protected. Okay, and then now we need the endpoint. The endpoint, you can scroll up, then so where is the endpoint? So okay, media correction. Okay, sorry. So okay, so okay, don't see the, so yeah, so sorry, here is the URL. I needed the URL endpoint. Then also, so the last time I checked, for the first time it was somewhere here, that is somewhere here, but basically in any case it will be available here. Okay, even though even in the first instance. Okay, it's just that on my case I copied it from somewhere around here, but it will be available here on your case also. Okay, and then make sure you are enabled. Okay, yeah, so with that, now we have the keys for, that is ImageKit, and then here we have neon. Okay, then here we have environment variables from Clerk, neon, and also all of that. So let's move this like that. So here basically we are missing another one, which basically, let me just copy. Okay, so basically I will actually copy those ones when we are there, so I can just save like that. So the next thing that we need to do, we need to make sure that the project is running. So we are going to do burn run dev. Okay, or you can do burn dev. Okay, then just give it a moment. Okay, give it a moment. So don't worry about all of this. Okay, and then you can see how you can disable it. Consider removing one log file, it is not needed. So basically that is because we have used burn. I don't know why we don't have another log file. So you can see we don't have another log file. Okay, even when you try to find log, you see you have only one. So basically you can ignore that error. So you can head over to this part, and then actually just control click on it. Okay, then you can just close this one. So our project now should successfully start. So should successfully start just in a matter of just compiling, which it has done in 21 seconds. Okay, then here you can see we have a dark mode, so don't worry if yours is on light mode. That is because of when you head over inside app, then growboss.css, there is this part here that is the theme. Okay, so you can see the theme there, so that is the one that is making all of that. Then you can see it also here. Okay, then you can see it. Okay, yeah. So on the next part we'll talk about the files that we have here, and then we will continue from there. So now we are going to talk about routing and the files that we have, and mostly the one that we are going to use. So if you are just getting started, basically the important file to get started by is this one here. Basically this one here lets you know the name of your project and the commands, that is the script that you can run. That is basically the script that we run here. That is the burn run dev. You can see dev is right here. Then you can see build, and then you can see start and lint. So, and then another important file basically that you need to know, you must also have, is this one here, so that whenever you want to basically make changes, basically like this one here, you can see the warning where you basically need to make changes. You can see next config is whereby you need to make that changes. Basically for simple projects, basically this one, you only use this one here basically to add image domains, which you will maybe we'll see later on. So when you continue here, another file that you basically will mostly edit, basically there is none here. Okay, except this one here that we added, that is .env.local, that is for the environment variables, and we have seen how we can use it. Another thing here now, the folders, basically we here you can see we have the public. The public is where you can have your that is your images and your files basically, and then to access them, basically for this file svg here, when you head over to the local here, then you head over to the file .svg, then you hit enter, you will see the svg. Okay, so that's how you can basically have your image here, and the URL that you have just seen there is the same one that you can use to access it. Basically you can just say / then the name of the folder and the extension. Okay, then node module is whereby your packages, when they are installed, the files go there. So then there is this .env. When you first run your project, you saw that when you run a project for the first time, this folder here was added. Basically you won't need to know anything about that, but the most important folder that you will ever need to know or understand is app. Inside app is where we have our routing. Okay, is whereby you can have other pages, is whereby the server action, basically you can just say stats basically. Okay, because you will import your folders, your files there. So, and when you come here, you will see to get started by editing, that is app/page.tsx, that is this one here, the home page. So to get it, you can head over inside app, then inside page here, and then here you can see you have this one here. Okay, so you can just collapse it for the most simple one. Then you can have a simple div. Okay, then you can say home. Okay, then when you save, basically we see basically you will just see the name home here. Okay, right here. Okay, yeah, right there. So now that is the home page. Okay, and when talking about routing, when it comes to Next.js, routing basically happens inside a folder. So basically a folder, when you create a routing, for example, for our case, we'll have something like you'll have something like explore, like that. So this is a route, but when you head over inside that is explore like that, you will get a 404 page. Okay, so you get a 404 page. That is because to make a route accessible to the to make a route publicly accessible to the user, you need to add a page. That is a page dot tsx, like that. Then you just need to have array-fce, like that. Then you can remove that one. Okay, then you basically if you want, basically this is optional, you can edit this one here. This is optional. Okay, you can name it explore, like that. Basically optional to change the name of the name of the component. Okay, and then when you save, you see now Explorer page. Okay, and then now you can see the route now is publicly accessible. Now that is the how you create route in Next.js. Now the other routes like dynamic route. Okay, dynamic route, for example, for our case, we'll have posts. So we'll have posts, sorry, like that. So you have seen that we need to make it publicly accessible to the user by having page inside there. But for this case, you can have it here. You can have page here, like this, okay. And then when you save and head over inside that is inside post, you'll see you'll get just a page. Okay, that is this one here. Okay, but that is not a dynamic route. To make it dynamic, you can basically create a route inside there. This is the most advisable way to do this. Okay, you can have an ID here, and then you can just drag and drop it inside there. Okay, and then here you'll get a 404. Okay, you'll get a 404. Yeah, get a 404 like that. Then when you head over inside that is post stroke, then anything, basically anything, dynamic means anything, like that. Okay, you basically now you'll see post here. So when you come here and edit it like this, posts page, like this, sorry, that is post page. So basically something like this when pops up, basically just need to save it and then close it. Okay, so that is the simplest way to do it, and just continue, save it and close it. Basically you don't need to understand anything that is inside here, like that. And then here now you see post page. Okay, just after moving. So you'll see in some cases some people do it like this. They have dynamic inside here. Okay, inside here. So when you head over here, something like that is forward stroke, something that is not there. Okay, you still get the post page. Okay, you will see you still get the post page. Yeah, you see you get the post page like that. So you see you get the post page. That means a dynamic route, you can have it inside here also. but basically it is important to you define it where basically it is for which item, basically, because in a complex project you can have dynamic a lot of dynamic routes. Basically for our case we'll be having two. Remember, we'll be having that is the profile route. So basically you can see that one won't sorry, that won't work for us. So you can delete it like that, and then you can head over to the home page. Okay, so here on the home page, another thing, routing mechanism or Next.js routing that we need to talk about is group routes. Okay, so group routes, they are defined by actually having a folder and having parentheses like that and naming it the way you want. Okay, so by having it this way, it won't be publicly accessible. Okay, even when you add page, for example, when I add page here, let's say I add page here .tsx, I really don't know what is going to happen, because when I do this is going to be the home page. Okay, this is going to be the home page, so I really don't know what is going to happen. So let's just test it together. So scroll down, so you can see basically even after refresh, it is basically prioritizing this one here. Okay, but when I delete this one here like that, you see that it will actually head over to the one that I have just created there. I don't know. Yeah, so you can see now it will actually headed after refresh. It is basically took me to that page. So basically it prioritizes the one that is at the a page that is on the root of the project. Okay, so that's how you can have that is you can see this one here is not accessible. Even when I head over here and type it, and basically type it root, you'll see I get a 404. Okay, so can see it is not basically can see it is not accessible. So for group routes, basically it helps us in a lot of cases. For example, here I'm going to have the home page, so I'm going to have another route, group route like this, home, and when I move this page inside here, because the route and the home are not publicly accessible in any way, you will see that the home will still be the home page. That is the same file here. Okay, even after refresh, the same thing. Okay, but for example, now I have this one here. Okay, so it is actually also moving. So route groups basically helps us whenever we want to have headers and sidebars for the same for the same routes, for basically for our explorer, for our page and other routes. Basically, remember, we'll be having so you can next head over to the rebrand. So let it load. So I'm going to fix that one later on, but for now let's have it this way. So yeah, you can see. So you can see when I head over to the so let me remove this one here. So you can see when I head over to the Explorer here, even when I head over to the profile, so I'm not logged in. Even when I head over to the home page, you can see the same thing. You can see I'm still the bottom navbar is still there. Okay, then there is this part here, the right, sorry, that is the left, and the right sidebars. You can basically see they are there. Even when I head over to the notification, Explorer, the home, you can see all of that, they are there. Okay, so that is how we'll be using that is the route group. Okay, so to do that, we just need to create that is a file here. So something is wrong, so basically just need to do this. Then you can just save this one here and then close. Okay, then close. Basically just don't need to understand anything there. Okay, then here now we have the home, that is the Explorer, and the home page and the post. So we just need to create a route here. Sorry, that is the layout. So layout.tsx like this. So route layout like this. So when I save, basically you see even the home page will change the route layout here. Okay, okay, yeah, you can see route layout. Okay, so now to make the other ones accessible, you just need to render the children, and then you need to get them as props children. And since we are using TypeScript, we have to give the children that is the type of React node. Okay, then here you just need to have children. Okay, like that. Then you can save. Now you can see it is the home page. Okay, now for example now here, for example here now I have let's say a side like that. This, imagine this one here is the sidebar. Let's say left sidebar. And then now here I'm going to have link. Then I'm going to import it from link. Then here I'm going to have href. Then here I'm going to head over to the Explorer like that. Then here I can say Explorer like that. And then I'm going to duplicate this one here. We have another one here, you can say home. And then here you can say post stroke something. Okay, so now I want to give this one here some class name. Remember we are using Tailwind, so you can say fixed the classes that were there. Then you can save. So here then you can say text of white. Then here you can give it gray of 600. Just something simple, just to demonstrate. Yeah, like that. Then here you can change this one here to home. then here you can just say post. Okay, so now imagine this is our sidebar here, this one here. Okay, so now when I head over to the home, okay, so here just need to give the main some classes here. Okay, I just want it to be visible because you need to give it since it was under the sidebar here, you need to give it margin left of 20, and just margin left of 20 was okay, but also adding padding of 8 is also okay. So you can head over to the home page, which you are already there, this one here. You can head over to the Explorer. Now you can see the Explorer, and then you can see the posts. So you can see the same implementation we have here, and then you can see that is the sidebar is still there, and we don't have any reloads. Okay, so that's how basically we'll be using route groups. So I just close this one here. So there is another routing, basically not routing but APIs, which we'll be using. We'll talk about them later on. Okay, basically we'll be using them as hooks, basically in 2 instances. Basically one instance and one instance to fetch using tRPC. So the last thing that I want to mention is that layout.tsx, the name of the folder here, is basically is the name given to. So when you head over to Next.js, basically it is a Next.js conventional name, or basically you will see that here. So okay, where is it? Don't know if it is there. I wanted to show you all the names given to folders. Okay, or directives. Okay, directives are not file conventions. Yeah, so these are layout is a file convention. You can see here you have default.js, error.js, then you have layout, the one that we have just seen. It can be js.tsx, it can be middleware, which we'll be using later on, loading, all of these, page.js, even route that we'll be having inside our API. So all of this, that is basically all of this name of the folders here. Basically, if you make a mistake, basically for example here, if you make a mistake naming this folder sorry, this file here, basically it won't work. Okay, the name of the folders doesn't matter, except app, and also public, and node module, and the other ones that are predefined when you basically run your project or when you create your project. Okay, so with that, now we have had a good basic of what you're going to do. So now I want to lastly, there is something here I haven't mentioned inside here. You can see I had this autocomplete here, this one here. Basically I did not write TailwindCSS. Basically it was autocomplete, and for me using Copilot. So basically when we write our own, we need some file extension so that we can code a little bit faster. So to be able to have To do that, sorry, just collapse this. So you need to search for Tailwind IntelliSense, this one here. Make sure you install it. Sometimes basically when you see it is not working, you just need to disable it and then enable it. Okay, then there is something that you saw me doing, that is page here. When you are inside any file that you have created, that is jx.tsx, even the React, something like rafce, okay, something like this, which I was doing to every file that I was creating. Basically to do that, basically I use ES7 plus, this one here I have installed. You can see they include that is React Native, Redux, and some others which I don't know. Basically just JavaScript, React, Redux snippets, okay, and React Native. Basically you also install it, it will help you spin up your component a little bit faster. I don't know, I don't think I will have any, I don't have any other extension that I'm using, except maybe Copilot here, which I'm using for free. Basically you can see code completion basically is being counted for my case. And then you can see for file icon I use atom, brackets I use bracket pair correlation, Correlabit for, that is for air code reviewer, and all of this. Basically here, this one here, I would also recommend you add this one here, that is improve highlighting of errors, warnings, and other language diagnostics. You can see, we'll see when I make a mistake, for example TS TypeScript mistakes, basically I will get some these red errors. Basically it is very important because I won't forget to make changes there. So make sure you install this one here, really important. And the Copilot, the one that I'm using for code auto completion, tag highlighting. Okay, tag highlighting is also important. When you head over to something like layout, you can see here this tag highlights, so that you know where the tag ends and starts. Okay, and then here you can basically see the ones that I have, and then maybe you can choose the one that you want. Okay, yeah, so we are done with that one. For the next part, we'll see what we'll be doing for the next part. So let's continue. So what you're going to be doing now, we are going to set up Prisma. So to set up Prisma, you can open your terminal, then open a new one here. Okay, we don't need to head over to the documentation. It's just simple cmd commands here, whereby it is npx. You can say Prisma init. Okay, that is npx Prisma init. Okay, then hit enter. Okay, then what is going to do, basically it is going to, I think, so let's see, I don't know if they changed it, but basically it only works with .env, that is .env. Basically sometimes earlier on it was not working with the .local. So here I'm going to say yes. Yeah, so just give it a moment to run. So we just want to make sure that it is basically we have Prisma and we have connected it to the database. Then we can work on Clerk, and then we can basically work on the webhook, so that now we can basically have the user both on Clerk and also on our DB. So it is going to take just a moment. So as it does that, so you can head over to this part here. Okay, you can clean it up. Basically you just need to leave it the way it was. But here we'll be having the left sidebar, so you can have it that way also. So also here we can create another route whereby we'll be having profile. Okay, then here we can have ID. Sorry, here we'll be using user name like that. Then here we can have page.tsx. Then you can use RAFCE. Then here we can say profile page. Then you can save. Okay, just like that. So link the routing, for the routing we are done. Basically we'll be having others like, so basically here we'll be having others like notification. These notifications whereby you can have page. So this one here we want to work on notification. Maybe if time allows, I'm going to implement it. Then you can copy this one here. Then also have, so I want to have something on the sidebar so that it can look great. And then here, this one here can be for the messages. Okay, so with that we'll be done on that part here. Like that. So fetching latest updates for this sub command. So I think now it's almost done. So basically I just want to see if it is going to allow us to use .local, or basically we need to change over to the .env only. Yeah. It is taking longer than I expect, so I'm just going to pause the video. So as you can see here, it is done. So you can see, so basically the main issue is that we need to switch over to .env. So you can see here basically it created .env. So you can basically remove all of this. Okay, then you can come here and actually come here and remove all of this. And so you can have it here. So for the database URL, make sure you have the same pairing here. So you can see we have the same thing here. Okay, then you can remove all of this. Okay, then this one here, now we can just delete it. Yeah, so you can see basically in any case that you are moving maybe from another ORM, basically make sure that you understand that Prisma basically works only with .env. Okay, then we need to head over inside Prisma, then schemas. So then inside here you can, the most important thing is this part here for now, and then whereby you are going to have your Prisma generated to, because you will need a certain file from there, and then this part here, the database URL that you have just seen, and naming the provider that you are using, because they have multiple of them. Okay, so like that. So the next thing that you are going to do, I would like us basically to test it when working with a Prisma. Models are very simple. You can have something like model like that, then you can name it users. For our case, we'll be having users, and then for the ID you can say ID, then you can say string, like that. You can see I have autocomplete and have some color. So that is what you saw here, something like Prisma here. You saw something like that, this one here. Make sure you install it if you want the same syntax as I have. Okay, and the auto completion. And then here you can have this, that is at ID at default UUID. So when you do it like this, you'll see you have multiple of them. UUID, you can see you also have that is CUID. So for our case, since I used UUID, let's use it also here. And then also we'll be having email. It will be unique. That is unique. That means you cannot have another user with the same email. We won't be having password, but we'll be having username unique also. We'll be having user ID. Okay, also it will be a must. It will be a must. That means you remove the optional here. Okay, and then also we'll be having the name, which will be of type string. Then also we'll be having you can say avatar. It won't be optional. So I'm writing all of this because I don't want us to repeat. We have other types. Basically, when you come to that is Postgres, remember you have something like int, and then you also have, which is integer. You have string, which is basically varchar. Okay, then you also have boolean, and then you have date and time. Okay, then you have float, JSON of course, which is basically, if you are using Postgres, I prefer you use an array. So something like array, which is the one that we use it like that. You see, we'll use one, and then this one here are the ones that mostly you are going to use it. For my case, for this case, we use date and time. I don't think we used boolean. We'll see. We also use varchar, and the one that you will use most, string. Okay, and then there are these here like at. Okay, when you have something like this, you will see the one that you have, that the relations that we use for the relation default, that is for the default, the same way we have it here. And at db, basically I have never used it, so basically you don't have to worry about it. So let me push this ones a little bit. So here, after that, we have we'll be having followers. Okay, which will be of type string. Okay, then array. So that means we'll be passing every follower that follows this user. Basically, we'll be pushing the ID there, and then the same following. Basically, for the one that this user is following, you're going to push the ID here. And also we are going to push followers because they have followed someone. We push the ID to that array. Then can say created at, which will be using it for the date, that is date time. Okay, the one that we have talked about, which will be at default now. Okay, so those ones I believe are enough. Yeah, I believe they are enough. So you have the user this way. So now because basically now we need to see some changes here, because when you head over to the tables here, you won't see any any tables here. Okay, so you can see 0 tables. So basically, to do that, to push the or to sync your database with this schema here, you just need to run, so that is Prisma db push. So what will this one do here will basically sync your db with this schema, and also generate the this Prisma. Okay, that is the output. So you can see it have already seen the URL. So really important, if you didn't have the URL, and also it has also seen the schema and also the environment variables. So that means it is in the right track. Yeah, the database is now in sync with your Prisma schema. Done in generate, running generate. Use skip to skip the generator. So because we want it to generate, we won't do that. Okay, so just give it a moment to generate. As that, you can basically come here and refresh. I believe you will see the user. Yeah, so you can see the user and everything that we have there. Okay, so here I don't know if it is going to create that is the file. Basically it is going to generate inside here. Okay, interesting. For my earlier version, basically it was generating inside a lib. So it is still okay. It is still okay. If you want, you can basically move the folder. That is the generated folder. So now, since now we have this, what we'll need next is basically that one will have to wait. Basically after basically it generates that folder. So I will just pause the video and give it a moment. So so it just took a moment to actually generate. Yeah, but it actually did. So when you head over here, you can see generated. Okay, but for our case, I would like to have it inside my lib. So I'll create a new folder calling it lib, and then I'm going to drag and drop it inside here. Okay, so yeah, so that's how we are going to do it. So just give me a moment. So let's continue. So basically now inside lib here, you can see now is whereby we'll be having it. So basically, since we'll be generating multiple times, so you can come here. So instead of having it inside app, you can say lib here like that, and then it will be generated inside your lib. Okay, then you can save. Okay, so the next thing that we need to do, we need to create our Prisma ORDB file that we'll use to actually create or fetch. Okay, so I'll create it also inside lib, whereby I'll name it Prisma, that is prisma.ts, like this. So yeah, like this. So the first thing that I will do, I will import Prisma client. So Prisma client. So you can see here we have Prisma client from multiple these two items from two different imports. So but we need it from the first from the second. Okay, from the second one. So it should be inside generated. Then here Where is Prisma? Prisma is somewhere here. This one here. Okay, sorry, not that one. So yeah, it should be here, and actually I don't see it. Okay, so yeah, it should be inside generated, and then here you can say at stroke lib. So using at import alias. Okay, and then after that we need to have our functions so that we can initialize Prisma client. Okay, so we can say global for Prisma equals to global, okay, s unknown, okay, and also s, and then inside here we have Prisma we have Prisma and then Prisma client. Okay, and then after that we need to export Prisma, and then if exporting Prisma, we are exporting this Prisma here, that is Prisma for that is global for Prisma, yeah, or new sorry about that, that is or new Prisma client. Okay, and then we need to make sure that it actually doesn't actually redeclare Prisma client each and every time we have a hot reload when we are developing. So basically we need to say if Prisma that is process.env.node is not equal to production, then we are going to use we are going to use global, that is global for Prisma equals to Prisma. Okay, like that, and that way basically now we can actually now use Prisma. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to clear this part here. So here mine have closed because of some issues. So just rerun it if we are closed also. So here what I want to do, I want to show you another command where each and every time you do db, that is db push, that is npx prisma db push, basically this one here, it will basically generate your Prisma. Okay, that is Prisma client. But so if something goes wrong and you don't have it and you want to have it without doing db push, you can do generate. Okay, it will generate this one here. Okay, yeah, so the other one command you need to know is Prisma Studio. Yeah, so this one here will give you an option to see each and every table and make changes there. So just so yeah, here it is, and then here you can see it. So here we have the user. So here I'm going to add a new one. So here I'm going to say benson@gmail.com, then username is going to be Benson, then user ID going to be something like underscore user ID, then there is name, can say Benson. Avatar URL, basically you can copy this one here. So basically I'll fix that one later on. So and then there is this one here, you can leave it the way they are. Then here you can be like that. Then you can do save changes. So when it reloads, basically you're going to have one user. Okay, you can see all the details there. So yeah, so this one here, you should leave them the way they were because we already have default. Okay, now I want to show you how you can fetch. Okay, how you can basically fetch, and we'll start by fetch. So when you head over inside any server component, any server component, basically you can be able to do it there. When you head over to any current component, basically you will get an error. Prisma only works in server components, so basically you should note that. So we'll head over to the home page. So even here, head over to the home page. Okay, and then here we get started by doing const. You can say user equals to, okay, equals to await. Then here you can say asynchronous. Okay, here it is. Then after that we can do Prisma. So Prisma, okay, you get Prisma from lib. Then you can say dot users. Okay, then dot, you can say find many, like that. Okay, so you don't need to console log, so you can come here and do this way, whereby you can say JSON dot string file, then you can just pass users. Okay, basically it should be users. Okay, that way. Then you can save. When you save, basically you'll be able to see all of that data here. So here getting an error. So I already did all of this, so let's see. So let me pause the video, then I'll just show you how I fixed this issue, because even when I was working on my project, and even now it actually did what it is asking. Okay, basically it did all of this. Okay, so let me pause the video. Yeah, so as you can see, you have the data now. So what I did, basically I deleted the generated folder. Okay, then I ran Prisma, that is npx Prisma generate. So you can see it is also quite important. If you you don't need to do Prisma db push. So nice. So now you can see how you can be able to fetch. So this way, to basically be able to create, you need to do it inside a server component. Server component like tRPC, the one that we'll be using, you can be able to do it there. But for an example, we can have a simple here, whereby we can have something like create, so that I can demonstrate how we can create .ts. And then here you can say export const create. And then here you need to make sure that you have asynchronous, and then here you can come here and then copy this part, and then come and have it here. Okay, then just import Prisma. Okay, here it is. Okay, so you don't need to change all of this because we have already talked about it, because this is just an example. So you can see I'm getting Prisma from generate, which is a mistake, so sorry about that. It should be Prisma from lib, which I'm not getting. So here, so copy it like that. Yeah, so it should be like that. So here, instead of doing user, you should that is find menu, we should do create, whereby we are going to do data. Okay, so here we are going to have just a simple information, whereby it's going to be benson@gmail.com. Another one here is going to be, and then here, so let me just simply close this part here, so we can so we are still missing some, like user ID, username, created at you can leave it, followers can leave it like that, and remember this one here should be an array like that. Then now you have your user, so basically you can return that, but in this case you can have it this way, but basically I prefer, when you using server component, basically use try catch. Then here you can console log if you have any errors, and then move this part here to the try section like that, and then here response is going to be the error, that is the error, or you can say success or something. So here you can let's say you can say success to something like false and the error like that, and then here you can have success and the data, okay, like that. And then here you can remove this part here, and then here we can have something like that, and then here we can say and then here you can have a simple something like padding of 4, bg of something like that, and run rounded. I have to use rounded like that. And then here you can do on click, then you can say create, okay, and then here you can have create. So later on we'll see how we can create using tRPC, but for now we can do it is important that you understand Prisma for now. Cursor pointer like that, and then here you need to have it as also asynchronous. And also an important thing, a server component should a client component should not be asynchronous, but children function can be. So we are going to convert all of these to use client, okay, because we are already using some interactive section here, which is on click. Some interactive section means that the user is interacting with the page, okay. And then here we can do const create user, then you can do await, then we can say create. So which name did we give it here? You can say create user, okay, user like that, and then you can do it like that, and then here you can say, so here you can say created user, and then here you can say if so if success, then you can say something like that, else you can say something like that. So we are going to use a toaster, so let's install it right now. So you can do burn add react hot toaster like that. So it is going to add I don't, so sorry, let me confirm to, it should be toasts, yeah, it should be toasts, react hot toasts, yeah, it should be react hot toasts, yeah, this one here. Okay, so we're going to use this one here for our project, to draw the project. You can see a simple one. We're going to use that one. So let me close so you can leave the other one like this. So here, and to use it basically we need to import it inside layout. So scroll down just above the children or under the children, can have toaster. So we are going to have the import shortly, because at the moment it's basically it is basically installing. Okay, but I'm going to copy it so that we can be done with it. So you can see still it is still doing its thing. So just give it a moment. So let me just pause the video, then we can get back to it when it is done. So the installation is done. So as you can see now, we don't have any errors there, and also here now we can actually use it. So here you can use toast.success. Okay, so you can see it was imported right here. Okay, then you can hide that, and then here for the error you can have that is toast.error, then something went wrong or failed to create user. So then we can save. So yeah, so I just wanted to confirm that everything is okay here. So here you can see this part. So yeah, it is okay. So you can just click it once, fail to create user, so that means something is wrong. So something is wrong. So let me see if it's something that actually it create, I think. So let's see. So actually it did not create the user. So something is wrong. Failed to create the user. There should be basically an error from something like this one here. Okay, but let's see the console. So that is the importance of having console. So you can see I'm still getting failed to create user. So let's check. I think basically don't see the issue. Oh yeah, so basically you can see the username. Okay, yeah, the username, the user ID, they are all different. The email, so you can see the email is the same. Okay, the email is the same, and when you head over to the schema, here, you can see we have these 3 uniques including the email. So let's change this one to Raro, like that. That will solve the issue. I basically expected to have this console log here, but basically it did not come. And also even here, oh yeah, so yeah, here is the issue. So you can see Prisma kernel is unable to, okay, basically also this one here is not, it was not for that purpose. So here failed to create. Okay, so okay, yeah, I also forgot something else. So here you can see this here. I haven't marked it as a server component, and basically I am using it inside use grant component. That means also it is a grant component. Okay, it is basically, and remember I told you it doesn't work in grant component. So that is what basically it is telling you. It is telling us here. Okay, so can clear everything. And now when I make a mistake, basically I will get that console log because it is on the server now. And now you can see something is happening. Okay, so yeah, user created successfully, and then you can see the details, and also you can see that is the user when you reload. So yeah, now you can see all of that. Okay, so great. Now you have understood how you can use Prisma even without using tRPC. So later on we'll combine it using tRPC, but for now I wanted us to understand how to use Prisma, because we're going to use it to use Prisma inside our Clerk Webhook. So let's continue from there. So then the next thing would be to actually set up Clerk. So now we should actually install this. Okay, just copy it, then open the terminal. I would like to use burn, then hit enter. So yeah, so basically to see the basically for every component that I add, I will basically advise you head over to the project repo, so that you can get the exact versions of the of the packages that I am using. For example, when this one here installs, I'm going to show you how you can install one by each component by its version. So here we have Clerk. So you can copy the version like that, and then you can come here, and then you can say add, then you can paste the version, then hit enter, and then it's going to add your version of the version of the package. Okay, like that. So basically I hope you have seen that one. Yeah, like that. Make sure you can like this. Okay, so now to set up Clerk, so basically the first thing that you need to do is have the environment variable install, and then also middleware here. So create a middleware. So this is also an Next.js file convention, so really important that you have the spelling right, and then you can just copy all of this and then paste it here and then save. So the way this is like this, that means there is no route that is protected. Every route is a public route. Okay, so close it and then scroll down. So then there is this part here. You need to wrap your project with a Clerk provider. So inside here, then inside layout, then here you need to wrap your project using Clerk provider tag, then import Clerk provider. Okay, so here it is. So I like to move it there. So now you should be having Clerk like that. So when you head over here, basically there should be no changes. Yeah, so the next thing that we need to do, you need to so something is wrong, so you can just refresh, and then now we can continue. So then you can see a lot of tags here that you can do with a lot of example, like sign up, user button, and all of that, but we'll see that later on. So here continue to the docs. Yeah, so here the sign in, so just copy this one here, but you're going to use group route because we want to be able to put the modal at the center. So here I will have auth like that, then I will have the folder. So then I will have this dynamic route here. That means it accepts any URL. Okay, so then you can have it here. Then lastly you can have page.tsx, like that, then copy the context, then paste it here, then save. Okay, then scroll down. So we have already done this part. Then here you can see how you can do all of this that is protected and all of that. So here you can see there is no changes. Then there is this part here that you should copy. Okay, here Clerk. So Clerk is right here. So fallback redirect URL and sign up fallback redirect URL. Then you can also duplicate this one here and call it sign up. I don't know if they still use this one here because they have this one here. Okay, but you can save it like that. So since now you have the sign in, so we need to create the sign up. So I will just copy this one here and then I will just paste it inside out. Then so basically not the whole thing. Basically this one here, copy, then paste. So then rename it to sign up. Okay, so I don't know if it's going to work. Sometimes my this part here usually doesn't work for me. So let's see. So there's something also that I would like you to also install, that being theme. So I'm just want to copy the theme. That is the theme. So here if you want to change the theme of Clerk, you need to have this part installed, then hit enter. So yeah, I thought I could cancel it. So now you can see it is perfect. So when you head over to sign in, you should be able to see that is the modal. So yeah, there it is. So you can see it is light. So to change the theme, you basically need to come here and have appearance, and then inside here you need to have another object whereby you can have base, that is base theme, whereby you have dark. Okay, then you import dark coming from theme, like that. Then when you save, this one here should change to dark, like that. Okay, so having done with that, I'm going to actually delete this one here. Then I'm going to create my own, which is going to be sign up. So it is really important that you have the spelling right. And then you're going to have 3, that's because you are spreading, that is 3. Then sign up, then you close, then inside there you have page. So for the page, I believe it is okay, you can copy. So then here, this one here should be sign up. Yeah, so when you save and then head over to sign up, you should be able to see sign up. So I'll just click here, you can see yeah. So the environment variable that I have just changed, the one that I was telling you that basically if you remove it, I don't know what is going to happen. If you don't have it, I don't know if they are still using it. Basically it is the one that helps you Clerk to basically know which route is going to navigate to the local, that is to the local route. So yeah, so you can see that is the that is sign up. You can also head over to sign in. Yeah, so great. So you can close all of this. You're done with that. So now we need to create a layout here, that is a layout file .tsx, and then you need to have RAFCA. Then you can say out layout and then here you need to have the children. Okay, then children like that. Then here you need to render the children, then just save. Okay, so when you save, basically there should be no changes, but what you're going to do, you want to center the modal, so you can have class name. So class name whereby you can have flex item center, justify center, and then last mean h screen, then you can just save. So it should be at the center now. So yeah, perfect. So now you can head over to the home page. Home page here, and then here you can actually render the user button. Here it is, and then also here you can also appearance, you can pass it here, but because since we are testing, it is okay, so you can just save. Then I'm going to continue using Google. So on the other project I actually also added Google, so here you can basically choose, I think there is that option somewhere like configure, so yeah, so I think there is somewhere you can actually be able to change all of that. So be required to create the username, so just give it a moment as I find the configuration for this part. So yeah, it is actually, I don't know where it is, but basically you can find it. Basically you can be able to add also Google GitHub. It has the username, is the one that I had for my previous part. I will find it, then I will show you how you can add it, but for now let's be satisfied with this one, that we be required to add our username. Yeah, so sometimes it takes some time because of that is CrowdFi. So now we be required to add a username, then that is continue. I believe we should be redirected back to the home page. Yeah, and then here we have that is the user. So for the appearance, basically you can basically be able to change it, and then import this part here. So yeah, so there it is. So On the next part, basically we'll add the webhook because we already have the DB, and also we have already included Prisma. So let's meet on the next one. So let's continue. So basically we'll continue by installing that is ngrok. So if you choose your operating system here, the one that you use, if you are using Mac, Windows, Linux, and if you want to set it up using Docker, you can do that. For my case, I'm using Windows, so already selected. So for my case, you can actually install it using from your Microsoft Store installer. But for my case, I actually used the Scoop to install. It was much easier. When I actually downloaded the APK here, sorry, not the APK, but the installer, it actually didn't work. So basically, I had to use Scoop. So first you need to install Scoop. Then you need to install that is ngrok. You can say Scoop install ngrok. Okay, it is same as saying npm install ngrok, but here you are using Scoop. Okay, after doing that, you need to restart your terminal. Basically, in some cases it will work, but to be sure, you need to restart your terminal, and after that you can type ngrok. And then if you have installed it successfully, then you're going to see you're not going to get an error. You're going to get something like this because you already have ngrok installed. Okay, so after that you need to run your project. Okay, so the first thing, you need to make sure that your project is running here. Then after that, you need to actually now run it, this one here. But for my case, I'm going to use this one here, static. Okay, so I'm going to copy it, then I'm going to paste it here. Then I'm going to choose the terminal that I'm using. The previous one was 80, so for my case here it is 3000. So I run using 3000. So you can see it have successfully started. Okay, yeah, so just give it a moment to actually do its thing. So you can see here I'm using a free plan. So I forgot to tell you that you must also create a free account. Okay, which is free basically to use. After that, what we need to do, this URL here, okay, you can copy it or you can just open it, then visit it here. So it will be, you'll be visiting localhosts. So say visit. So you can see it have started running. So you can see I'm already on the on localhost 3000. It is the same way as this one here. So as this one here. Okay, so yeah, so I think it is because I have used another one to actually sign in. So this one, remember, doesn't have the that is the cache, or maybe the storage that Clerk uses to check the user. So I'm going to sign out. Okay, and then here you can head over to the sign in. Okay, so you should be able to sign in from this spot. So the next thing I want to show you is basically how you can run both of these two commands at the same time. So yeah, so basically we'll see that it is going to work. So yeah, here it is. You can continue using Google. Okay, and then you can continue. Later on you're going to delete it because remember we actually need to create an account. Okay, so since we'll be using Google to do that, we'll actually need to do that. So you can see it is also working now with Clerk and everything else. Okay, and then you can see it is the same as localhosts. Okay, so now the next thing that we need to do is actually see how we can run these commands at the same time. Okay, so now you have the URL right here. You have this command, basically you have the command that we used to run this part here. So what you need to do, you need to open your terminal, then you need to install concurrently, so this one here. Okay, so you need to install this one here. Okay, so you can just copy the name, then you can come here and say ban add. If you want, you can add it globally. Okay, but for our cases it will be perfectly fine to use it this way. Yeah, so the next thing that we need to do, we need to head over here. Okay, and then here we need to have both you need to have this dev here, and then you need to want to have the one that you run using ngrok. So I'm going to come here and say ngrok. Okay, then it will be something like this, but basically, oh yeah, so it have finished installing. You can hide that. So remember the command that we actually copied here. Make sure you copy it, then come and paste it right here like that, then change it to 3000. Okay, just like that. So when you save, and come here and close this one here. Okay, and then now run ban ngrok. So you can see it is successfully running. Okay, you can even visit this one here if you want. So that is perfectly fine now. So now you can see this one here is working. Now we need to combine this ngrok here and dev, so that we can use both of them. We can run both of them at the same time. So here we're going to say dev. So you can say dev and ngrok. So you can say dev ngrok because we are combining these two. Yeah, dev ngrok like that. And then here what you need to do, you need to have the name that we copied here, that is concurrently, this one here. So it is also right here. Okay, interesting. So it is not there because I actually said I should override. So you can run ban once more. After that you should see concurrently right here. Okay, so after that now we can actually now have concurrently. Okay, then you need to have a forward stroke. Okay, just like that, and a string. Okay, like that, and then you need to have the first command that we run, which will be ban. Okay, ban run ngrok, or you can say, basically we can finish it like that. Okay, that is forward stroke inside a string. Okay, sorry, that is inside a string, that is ban run dev. That is ban run ngrok or ban ngrok. Okay, and then after that you repeat this same process here for the second one. So you have ban dev. Okay, then you can save, then open your terminal, then we can close this one here. Okay, and then now you can say ban dev grok. Okay, then we just give it a moment. Okay, so that means it is running. So here grok have run successfully, and then here localhost, that is the project itself, it is running. Okay, so now you can close localhost, and then you can now refresh this one here. Okay, so you can see it is ready and now compiling. That means we have been able to combine both the two commands, so that we can be able to run them at the same time, instead of running this one and this one at different terminals. So that is great. So for the next thing we are going to run about Clerk Webhook. So basically Clerk Webhook, back in the day they had a good documentation, basically detailing it using cervix and all of that. Okay, but right now they have a shallow one. It is not here. Yeah, it is this one here. Yeah, I think it is this one. They have a shallow one, so you need to have this environment variable. We're going to see it later on. And then here you can see a simple one. Okay, which basically it doesn't work power the way actually I want it to work. So basically what I did, I found a project earlier on that I did. So let's see if this one here is going to have it. Yeah, I think this example will do. So yeah, so it is something like this one here is the one that I prefer using. So the first thing that you do, you need to create this routing here. Okay, but before we do that, we need to have, when you head on top, scroll down, you need to have these keys. Okay, but for our case, when you scroll down up to this point, you can see you can give it any name. Okay, so head over to your environment variables, give it any name, but make sure you don't start by next public, because it's going to be a private key. And then you can just copy this name here, that it will do like that. Then have equals, then head over to Clerk here. So let me close this one. So head over inside your Clerk project, okay, currently the one that we are using. Then head over to this drop down here, then head over to settings. Okay, then scroll down. On your left sidebar you should see webhook here. Okay, so you'll be required to create a new endpoint. So create a new endpoint, then copy the URL. So here, when working with the webhook, you will see that basically it won't allow you to basically use your localhost. So basically it won't work because it is not online. Okay, so that's why we have Grok to help us develop while we are online, because you can basically share the URL, and if the app is running on your terminal, basically even someone on the other computer can access it. The same way Clerk will be able to access it using this endpoint right here. So you can see we are providing the URL. That means they will be able to access it. Okay, that's why we use the Grok. I did not want basically to explain it earlier on, but basically we like to see it in action, okay? Because when you change this one here to localhost, basically it won't work, okay? So we are going to follow this one here. I'm going to have it inside API, then crack. So that is API, then crack, then we are going to have route.tsx. So now you have the route, so that means now you can see now we are going to have something like this. So you can copy all of that basically up to crack like that, then head over here, then paste it here. That is forward stroke API forward stroke crack, okay? Then you can give some description if you want, and just say sync. You can say user sync if you want. Then basically scroll down here, okay? Here we need to find the user, okay? Here like that. So select the user, and then we want to actually do that is create, delete and update, okay? Then you can just create. So after that, here you can see the key. Just copy the key, then head over to environment variables and paste it there. Then you can close it. So now you need to head over back to the documentation here. So here if you want, you can copy everything, okay? So here, where are we getting this from? So here you need to await it, okay? You need to await it to remove the error. Then also we need to install Savix. So here you can CLX, then burn add Savix, okay? So here you can see now we don't have that error. And then scroll down, you verify the key, okay? And then after that, here we have the post function, okay? So basically, so it is done. So for my case, basically I had all of these inside my own function. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove everything inside here, and then we are going to start from bare beginnings, okay? So the first thing we need is to make sure that we have the key. So I'm going to copy or cut it, or basically let copy. And then we need to come here and paste it right there. Then we need to say if you don't have the key, we need to throw an error. Then basically we need just to close it. That is a 405 error. So this key right here. And then after that, now we can do this. Can do this, okay? That is we get the header payload, then we get the service headers, okay? That is the service headers. So basically you can see basically we are just copying and pasting right there. And then after that, we need to make sure that we have them. So we can say if, you can say if so okay, if we don't have service ID, all of that, then if we don't have it, we can also draw a 400 error, okay? Missing service headers, okay? So you can see here when I basically when I did dot, I have autocomplete, okay? Like that, okay? And then after that, we need to continue. We need to get the body. So we need to say const, and then we say body. Okay, after getting body, we need to say equal to await, then request, which for our case is like that, basically it is request, sorry. Then we need to say dot JSON. Okay, then we need to stringify it, so we can say body string. Okay, then we pass it to JSON.string. Okay, then here after that we need to have const, that is webhook. Okay, then we need to have a new instance of webhook. So basically you can remove all of this now. So it is this instance of the webhook coming from Savix. Okay, and then we need to say let env that evt be webhook event. Okay, this one here. And then after that we need to use the try function. You can say try catch, there it is. Inside here we are going to console log the error, then we are going to throw a 400 error, invalid webhook, or you can say invalid signature. Like that. Okay, and then inside here we need to set the that is evt, this one here, to the correct values. So I'm going to say evt equal to, that is wh, this one here, the webhook dot verify. Then we pass the body, that is the body string, comma, then we get the object being the Savix. So basically you can just copy this one here like that, being Savix. Sorry, that is Savix, like this, underscore id. Sorry, basically it is this one here, the one that we were using right here. So I had my code a bit different, that's why I'm getting confused a little bit. So like that. So you can remove these two. So yeah, should be having something like that. Then because of this error right here, I don't know if they for their case they had something. Okay, they didn't. So to fix this error here, you need to say s webhook. Okay, just like that. Then after that now, so after that we need to get the event type. Okay, just after this try and catch. So we need to say const event type, which is going to be evt.type. Okay, so after that now we can create the user. Okay, so to create the user you say if, that is if event type is equals to create, that is user.create, and then here you will see you have autocomplete, so you will know when you have made a mistake. Okay, so here we need to get the user data, so we are going to get it also from evt. So here it is. So evt has the data, so you can see of type your user JSON. So here we get the we destructure it to user ID, email addresses, image URL, username, first name and last name. Okay, and then after that, I don't know if I basically removed this function here which was create. Yeah, this one here. Okay, just copy it up to this point, then just paste it here. Okay, then import Prisma. Okay, and then after that, for the name is going to be first name and last name. Okay, going to be just above, just inside the if statement. Okay, and then for the email is going to be email addresses, then we get the first one, then we say .email address. Okay, then for the image is going to be image URL, then user ID is going to be ID, then username is going to be username. Okay, so you can see it can be null, so basically it will always be there. So you can have an exclamation mark. It will always be there because remember when we were creating Clerk user, basically we said we want to make sure that we create a username. Okay, so like that. So if we get, so you can have this one here inside a try and catch, but basically can let it return something like that. Then here you can return const equals to user. Okay, so here this one here can duplicate it for the update. Okay, that is for the update. You can see you cannot have duplicates. Then here it will be update. Okay, for the update, basically you won't be updating the user ID, then also you won't be updating this part here. You can update the username, email, that is address, and the avatar, and also the name. So here we need to change this one to update, and then after that we need to say where, which being user ID as ID. Okay, then the last thing that we need to do here, you can change this one to updated. Then the last thing we need to do, we need to come here, and then for the delete, basically it will be this simple here. Okay, whereby we delete the user. Okay, based on the user ID. Also you can use the username because it is a unique username. Okay, then you can save. So that means we have the webhook. So you can close this one here. So now what I want us to do is test it. So head over to your Clerk. Okay, and then head over to users. So delete the current user because basically we want to create a new user using the same email password. So delete, then delete. So when you head over to your localhost here, basically you won't be having the user or the user button. Okay, so then head over to the sign in. Okay, inside the sign in, now we can create a new user. So basically here I'm getting a lot of errors. I don't know if it is going to affect my project. But I can surely guess it is going to. So basically here it's throwing an error inside here. Okay, yeah, you can see basically it is this one. So basically let me try. I don't think it is going to work. Then you can open Studio, that is Prisma Studio. Can open Prisma Studio. Yeah, I don't think it's going to work anyway. Somewhere Prisma has an issue. Prisma has an issue. So I think so I'm just guessing, but I think it is the generated file that is causing the issues. So choose here. So yeah, just give it a moment until we pass the username. It won't be done yet. So here username, basically I choose this one here, then continue. So yeah, 500. So basically that means it is not basically this one here. So when you head over to the environment variables, you make sure you have the user ID, that is the environment variables the right way. But I think, yeah, so I don't think it actually created the user. So like last time, I'll try to fix this issue by actually deleting the generated file. Inside lib, then we delete this one here. Like that. Then here we have, you can say npx prisma generate. Okay, yeah, you can see it did not create. So let's start from the bare beginning. Basically this doesn't work. I'll have to try and see what the issue is basically. So I want to delete the user ID like that. Then I want to sign in once more. Yeah, so that is ngrok. So let's see if it is going to work. Because when it comes to creating, basically I don't think we have any errors here, because you can see TypeScript is perfectly working, and basically we don't have any issues. Okay, right now TS is running because of the generated Prisma. Okay, so don't worry about that. So just give it a moment to finish. So let's see if it is going to compile Clerk. So Clerk was compiled successfully. Then so sorry, so something here, Clerk origin request detected from okay app. This was in a fixture major version of Next.js. You will need to explicitly configure allowed dev origins in dev to allow this read more. So yeah, so this part here, I don't know if basically I did when I came to Prisma and then I made the username unique. Basically I don't know if I basically did Prisma push. So I'm going to delete this one here. So here basically you are debugging. So basically you will see sometimes you'll be facing some issues like this one here. So you need to know how basically you can try to basically debug these issues. Okay, so let's do Prisma push username. So yeah, I think I did Prisma push. I really don't know why it gave me those issues. So yeah, so basically I was choosing this username. So let me delete every user, all of them, and then now we can run. So I think the issue maybe was I was choosing the same username. Okay, because when we run, now we need to run this one here, to run the project basically. Then here we can run studio. So basically I think I was choosing the same username, because but mine was caps. So let's see if we'll get the error. So when it compiled, basically I saw that somewhere was written username something. I basically did not read that one, so basically my mistake. I should have read that one. Then we compile this one here. So I really hope this time that we won't get the issue, the error. So let it finish compiling. So I'm waiting for it to compile the crack route. So something with cross origin. Basically, this was we can see what that means later on, but for now we can leave it as it is. But it have finished. So then head over to sign in. So we did not get the error, but basically also I can't see it compiling crack. So let it be. So we can just basically try it right now. So sign in. So you can see how dynamic the URL it is. Basically, that is this dynamic URL. As I said earlier on, it accepts any route, okay, or any URL. Okay, then we come here. We need to finish signing in. So now it's going to give us a chance to choose the username. So you can choose this one here. Then it have compiled crack. So crack was compiled successfully. So post crack and something 200. And then here we have the user. Okay, so when you head over here, refresh, I believe we'll be having the user now. Yeah, now you can see the user with everything that there should be. So now you can try to update it, manage, then you can come here and update. So let's say update username. So let's say we choose this one here, then save. Okay, so it is basically small caps. That's why you can see we were getting an error because we were choosing a username that was already taken. So basically we should try to fix that. So let's try another name. So something like 001. So yeah, and then here you can refresh. So yeah, it did not update. Basically it did not update the username. so that means something is wrong, and basically it is not us. So let's see if the one that we have just run, if it is working. So the one that we have currently run, the last one, create, okay, update is not there, so you can see it is not my end. Basically I don't know if it did basically why it did not update. Let's try something else. Update username. Let's try this once more. Spaces. Basically the issue is that the webhook is not being triggered, so you can see you don't see any activities there, and also here you don't see it was not updated. So when you come here and you refresh, you can see we don't have the webhook, so that means the webhook was not triggered when I updated. So basically that is from Clerk side, because basically I cannot edit any functionality pertaining basically these updates. Okay, so I don't know if it is going to work in the future when we host or when we at some point. So but basically that means the webhook is working. So but there is that error that you have gotten if you have the username. So you can come here and try something like username taken. Okay, so this means if the username is taken, you need to do something else, like because basically you cannot inform the user that the username was taken. You need to do something yourself. Okay, so you can add something like 001, or you can add something, you can find something like dynamic generator, item generator, or character generator, but for our case we can do 001 or something like that, and that will fix the issue. The same way you can do here. If username is taken, if username is taken also, remember username can be taken while you update also, so you need also to do something like this. So now everything is perfect. So I really don't know why the webhook was not triggered. So let's try for the last time. Can see it was updated successfully. The thing is, I cannot see the webhook being triggered here. So So that is giving me a lot of is the one that is raising the red notice because you don't have it there. So you can see here it is not there. Yeah, so basically that is something that maybe we'll have to look at later on. So let's meet on the next one. So the next thing we are going to do, we are going to set up tRPC. So to do that, you can actually head over on the headers. So basically you just include this one here. Okay, so here you can see all the headers. Then head over to using Next.js. Then you can on your left sidebar you can head over to setup. Then you should delete this caution right here, okay, whereby this guide is for Next.js page router. If you are using Next.js app router with React server component checkout, then we click this one. Okay, so the other one was for page, okay, but we are using app router. And then here we have, these are the docs for classic React query integration, which while we supported is not the recommended way to start a new tRPC project with the turn stack React query. We recommend using new this one here instead. Okay, so we want to use this one here. Okay, so we'll use this one here. So you can see we have skipped two setups, so we have the third one. So this one here is the one that we are going to use. The first thing we need is to actually install all these dependencies. Okay, so open your terminal, then new terminal, then we paste, then it will install all of that. Okay, then you can scroll down, then create a tRPC router. Then what you need to do, you need to open this one here. Okay, and then you need to create a tRPC folder. Okay, sorry, that is folder. Okay, then after that you need to create this int.ts. Can find int.ts. okay, need to make sure that it is the same spelling because it is the right way to configure. So it is important that you copy everything as the way it is. So here then you need to copy the code, then paste everything here. So here remember we haven't installed anything. Most importantly, basically we don't have this one here. When you check out here, you can see here it is. Okay, so you can just let it be for now, and then after that we are going to head over to the router that is inside the tRPC. We create the router like that. Okay, so here you can see now it is done. So you can hide this one here. So this one here you can leave it the way it is. Then now we have the folder, the router folder. Then inside there we need to create this app. Okay, underscore app.ts. That is inside here, like that. Then we need to copy everything and then paste it here. Okay, then you save, then also close it, then scroll down. Then we need to now set up the API. So inside our app here, then we have API. Then inside API you need to create a new folder calling it tRPC. Then after that you need to create a dynamic route, that is tRPC. Like that. Then after that, now we need to create the route.ts. That is a folder, that is a file. And then we need to paste everything that we have here. Okay, just like that. Then here we need to change this import alias. Okay, just like that. And then now we don't have any errors. And then close it. And then scroll down. Now we need to copy this one here. And then we need to have it inside here, like that. Then we copy everything like that. Then we have it here. Okay. So here we don't have this one here. Basically, let's install it already. We need to say burn add super.json. So super.json basically is used to stringify. Basically is used to stringify or serialize. That is our output. Okay. So then you can just save, then close it, and then scroll down. Then there is this part here for the client. So when you're working on the client, we'll be using this use tRPC to call tRPC and use it inside our client components. So we have it here. Then we copy everything. So now, as you can see, there is no changes that we have made except the one that we made inside here. Okay, just uncommenting this one and this one here. Only those two changes I have made. And then also here, you can actually also uncomment this one, just like that. Then you can remove this one here. Okay, then import it. Okay, so basically then this one here, this part here will change it when you actually deploy. So for now we can let it be. Then we need to copy the right import. So you can see here the way it is. So just need to copy this one here. So here we are getting an error. So okay, so I just use Copilot. So that is Copilot to fix the issue. So we accept, and if not, we just let it be. So basically, on my finished version, basically I had no issues. So that is the client. Okay, yeah. So on my finished version, basically this one here I left it commented. So basically there was no issue. Basically just leaving it this way. Okay. So we can also close this one and this one here. Then you can close, and then now we can have the one for the server. So if you're working on the server component, basically we'll be using this one here to call tRPC. So this tRPC is the one that we'll be using on the server. So you need to note those ones, because if you use a hook that is used tRPC, will get an error in the server component. Okay. Then you just need to import those ones. Okay. oh sorry, for this one for this one, as you can see here, it is written, okay, if your router is on a separate server, pass a client. So this is the way you do it if your router is on a separate server. But for our case that is not the case. Okay, then we can save now. Okay, then we can close this one like that. Then we can scroll down, and then here you can see how we can actually use it. Okay, so basically this is the way you'll be using it, basically this way. Okay, basically this way is the way you'll be using it throughout. Okay, and then basically these ones here you can leave them as they are. So basically let me show you how we are going to use it. So first we'll be using this part here. Okay, so you can head over inside your home. Okay, inside here, and then you can actually use this part here. Okay, I'm going to explain what is the use of everything here. So just import this one here, and then we import tRPC like that. You can see tRPC is coming from the server, and here we directly get an error. That is the most important thing about tRPC, type safety, because when you head over to the home page of tRPC, okay, move fast and break nothing, end-to-end, type save API mode. APIs made easy. Okay, you can see even they show you here a simple description, and then you can see you have seen by yourself the same thing here. That means it is requiring us to pass something. So you can say from tRPC, and then we can say okay. So now when we do it this way, so let's head over to the home page. So when we do it this way, that is void query dot prefetch, and then here this prefetch here you can also I also saw somewhere that you can also use it on the client side, but for here we are using it also on the server. So it is important to note that it is not a hook. You can use it on both ends. And then this part here is the most important thing to note. When you having it this way, that means you are fetching, but you are not using the data that you have fetched. Okay, and so you are just using it to fetch and to have it ready available for your client component. So that's why when you come over here, so basically let's do this first. So sorry for, just give me a moment, just want to confirm something. Yeah, let's have this. Then you can import hydration boundary. Okay, and then we can create this one here. So we can create a component folder, components folder. Then inside there you can create this one here. Okay, then you can just copy everything from here. Okay, can directly see that it is a current component. Okay, so basically when you make data available or readily available on your so here I also import dehydrate, and then also here we import component. Okay, so the most important thing to note is that when you make data available here, when you come here, you just need to fetch the information using query, or you can also use suspense. Use suspense query. Okay, you can use either. And then when you save here, so just give it a moment to save, but you will note that when you refresh, basically you will not see a lot of changes. So here, dehydration. So okay, so basically I also forgot to do something really important, because when you scroll up here, just after client, okay, there is this part here. Okay, we need to mount the provider in the route of your application, e.g. app layout.tsx when using Next.js. So we need to do that. Collapse everything, head over inside app, then layout. Okay, then when you head over to the crack, that is crack and tRPC, we'll see the right way to combine both. Okay, we'll see if tRPC should be inside basically you should wrap crack provider with tRPC, or crack should wrap the tRPC provider. So but here you can see crack wraps everything. Okay, really important. So I'm just going to copy tRPC provider, and then I'm going to have it here like that. So it is really important that you follow the documentation, because we are going to use crack to make sure that we have protected protected sections. So here, let me confirm where it is coming from. Yeah, so it is perfectly fine. Yeah, sorry, actually it should not be tRPC provider, it should be so here they have used tRPC provider, but that is not the case. So we'll come back later on to this one here, how to integrate crack with tRPC, just in a bit. But here we should be using tRPC React provider. Okay, yeah, so it should be like that. Should be using this one here. So it is also coming from client. Okay, so I'm just going to collapse everything, then we are going to save. So just give it a moment. So yeah, so when you refresh, basically you won't see even some changes here. Basically we just be seeing the data. This is not a heavy one, is not a fetch that is going to take a lot of time. But if maybe you are fetching something from the DB, you will see that it will be instance. For example, when I refresh here, you will see that it will just take a moment to basically, you can see even there is no change. Basically there is no prefetch here, because we have already made the data available to the page or to the client basically. Okay, so it is we are not fetching 2 times, but the first time we fetch basically makes it fast for the grant component to access the data. Okay, so really important. So you can see here we don't even have the prefetch because we already have the information. Okay, so great. So now that's how you use tRPC to fetch. Basically this way is the way that you should do it. Okay, you don't have to worry about the other fetches that you will be seeing here. Okay, you will be seeing a lot of ways to do it, but basically this is the right way, and it is the best way. But also maybe if you want to basically just to fetch from the grant, basically you can read the docs and you can see if you really need to use the data both on the server and as well inside the grant component, understand the trade-offs explained inside here guide, you can use fetch query instead of prefetch to have the data both on the server and also on the client. Basically the same way we have done here. Okay, but basically I really would advise you that basically you just do it this way. Okay, to make it to make your project much fast. Okay, so that is it. So now the next thing we are going to do, we are going to head over here. So now you have already seen this part. Okay, you can just search for integrate Clerk into your Next.js project plus tRPC. Okay, so we have already done this. So the next thing that we need to do, also this part here we actually don't need to do, or basically you can just copy it if you want. So you also need to have it inside tRPC. So basically this one here, basically you need it. Basically it is a must that you have it. Basically, sorry about the area comments. Basically you need this part here. Okay, because you're going to call it down here. Okay, we're going to call it down here. Okay, so when you head over inside here, API tRPC, then here. Okay, so let me confirm if I did this on my end. So basically I forgot to do it, but basically this one here is coming from the server. Okay, yeah, so you need it here, tRPC contexts. So okay, so basically we don't need to do that basically. Okay, yeah, so when you go through it, basically you will see this part here, that the context. Okay, this part here, create context. When you head over to the route, basically you will see it is this one here. Okay, so then you head over inside here. So and then now everything that is happening inside here is the one that you need to have here. Okay, so you just need to copy this part here. Okay, then you just need to call the user coming from React, coming from @Clerk / Next.js / server. Okay, so then after that you can see this part here, you just import it, which it has already been done by tRPC. Then you scroll down, okay, this is public route. Then here is how you can basically be able to fetch the user ID from your procedures. Okay, now you need to create the procedure. Okay, so to create the procedure, just copy this one here, then come here like that, import the tRPC error. Okay, then here I show you, as you have seen, this is how you can get the user ID. So come here, have it here. Okay, it hasn't loaded yet, so it hasn't loaded yet, so okay. Or basically so let's do this. So you can change this one here. And then there is this part here that we actually had, this one here. Okay, then we can bring it back, then we can import the type. Okay, coming from struct tRPC. Okay, then now you can see we don't have the error that we had earlier on. So even when you just copy everything here, even with the types, if you want, this way, you can see we don't have the errors anymore. Okay, you can see even you have the type. Okay, and when you also hover on this one here, you can see it is the same type. Okay, so that's how you can basically fix it. That was an issue because I believe we didn't give this part here any types. And when you come here to this one here, you can see when exporting they had the type. Okay, so that was the issue because of that type issue. And then lastly, now we just need to export the protected procedure, just like that. Okay, and then you can just save. Okay, now to test the protected procedure, you can head over to your route, and then you can just copy this one here. Okay, that is inside here, then up. Okay, then the query, here it is. Then we just can basically remove this one here. Like that. Then you can see here we have an error because now we don't need to pass anything. And remove that one. Then you can come also here and remove this one here also. Then here now we can just render the data. Okay, data secret. Okay, then now we can come here. As you can see, is the secret that is the user ID. Then you can just save. Okay, So just let it refresh. So yeah, you can see it is a protected procedure. So when you log out, I don't know if when we log out, let's see what we'll see if when we log out, sign out. Let it refresh. So let it refresh, but you can maybe you can see there is an error in your terminal, unhandled rejection, something like that, the server somewhere. So you can see it has broken. Yeah, so because it is a protected procedure. So when you head over to the sign in and then we sign in, okay, then we sign in, I believe that error will disappear, because here you can see a query that was something. Yeah, so here it is, the full the query was dehydrated spending, ended up rejecting hello and all of that, and then tRPC unauthorized. Okay, the error will be reducted in production and all of that. So you can see now that how you can be able to create a protected procedure. And then when we sign in, basically now we'll be able to basically now view the user ID and also view the home page. So yeah, so now you can see it. Okay, so we are not getting the error anymore. Okay, so great. So now we have handled that is the base procedure, which was the simplest, which was written by tRPC. And then now we have also handled protected procedure, and also we have actually now seen how we can fetch using tRPC. Later on, basically we'll see how we can create using tRPC, but to begin our that is our process, those parts are enough. Okay, so I will close everything, then we'll meet on the next part of the video. So let's continue. So now what you're going to do, we are going to set up the left and the right sidebar and the bottom navbar. So to do that, we are going to head over inside components. Then inside here, we are going to create a new folder calling it nav. You can call it nav or navigation. Navigation. Then inside here, we are going to create the first one being the left sidebar dot tsx. Okay, then we have it like that. And then you're going to create another one calling it right sidebar dot tsx. Then you use RAFCE. Okay, then we can remove all of that. Then last three bottom, or you can call it mobile navbar or whatever. Basically just give it a proper name, navbar dot tsx, then use RAFCE. Now having the three items or the three files, head over inside app, then root. Then inside here is whereby you're going to work on what we talked about earlier on, that is the navigations. Okay, but first we need to make sure that we have the color right. So here you can see we are using a background based on the system. So let's change that first. So we are going to come inside here. Okay, so basically I'm going just to replace this one here with the global. So this one here has some Tailwind, so basically I'm going to remove all of that. We are not going to use this part here. Going to leave it like that. And also you can remove all of this. Going to leave it like that, then I'm going to save. Okay, so you can get this global.css inside my GitHub repo for this project, that is XRebrand. Okay, so the link is down in the description. So here you can see we have this bright bg. So I'm going to close this. So here we have animate. If you want to use animate, basically you can use it, but basically we'll not be doing that, so you can remove it like that. We won't be using animate anywhere, so you can just close that one. And also there is these classes here. You can see how long they are, so to write them they're going to take a little bit of time, so that's why I have them here. So you can see they are just normal classes. When you hover you can see what they do. Yeah, so basically just simple classes. Okay, so we can close that one. So the next thing we are going to do, I'm going to add some images so that we don't come back here later on. So let me check. I'm going to add only one, so this one here, the one that we say no item or no results. Then we can remove all of this, then you can just delete them. So and then after that you head over inside the app. Then here we have this favicon. So this favicon here this favicon here. Okay, and then here you can see tab title. So we are going to change that in a bit, but first let us change the favicon. The favicon, I'll just replace it with the one that I have. Replace. So basically the favicon is this one here, you can see. Okay, then you can close. So then after that you can head over inside the root, and then here you can basically leave the classes like that. That is the font, sorry, like that. And then here you can just change it and call it XRebrand. Then here you can have something like let rebrand X, formerly Twitter together. Okay, something like that. Then there is some classes that we can add here. So the first one being bg black. Okay, and then we can have hidden scroll bar, or basically for my case I called it hide scroll bar. Hide scroll bar like that. And then with that, now you will see everything here is going to change and be black. For the scroll, you will see that later on when we have and then here you can see now text is black. You cannot be able to see text. Now to be safe, you can make text white. Okay, that means by default text is going to be white. Okay, yeah, like that. And then for the scroll, as you can see here, you don't see the scroll bar, so that is because of this class here. Okay, when you head over inside Grobos, the last classes here. Okay, so here these classes are the one that we use to hide the scroll bar. Okay, then we can close this one, and then now even the favicon here, you can see it have changed. Okay, Now with that, now it means we are a little bit now done with the layout. Then here inside layout we are going to have some classes here. So let's start by having the following classes. Okay, that is we start with font of sans, and then min, h screen, like that. Those one will be enough. Then after that we're going to have the left sidebar, like that. Then after that we are going to have a div. Then we are going to give it the following classes. That is padding, that is medium. We're going to have padding left of 72. And then after that XL, you're going to have padding right of 350 px. Basically this one here will change, is the one that I told you that we'll fix it later on. And then after that padding right. Okay, so this one here you can give it something like 250, like that. And also here, this one here you can reduce it to something like 60. Let's do 60, like that. Then inside here you're going to have the main. Then we're going to have the children. Then you're going to give it the following classes, that being max width of 2 XL, then width full, then after that MX auto, then after that padding bottom of 24, and then medium devices we are going to have padding of 4, and then padding top of 4. Then you can save, and then you will see what you will have. So for the children, basically you can remove the children. We don't need 2 childrens, so you can see we don't need 2 childrens. And then now after that is after the div here, we are going to have right, that is right sidebar. So we are going to for the left and the right sidebar we need to have some error boundaries. So here I forgot. So basically we need to install a React error boundary. So here ban add React error boundary. Okay, then now when it finishes installing, now like it is done now we can use it, React error boundary. So autocomplete is not working for us, so let me just copy the import. So there it is. Okay, then it is expecting a fallback. Okay, that is being you can have anything you want. You can have any component, but for our case we don't, we'll do something simple. Error left sidebar. Error on the left sidebar. Then we can just copy this one here, then we can have it here, then now we can have it here. So this means by using error boundary, that means whenever we have error inside this left sidebar, it won't affect the whole project. Okay, it it will just not render this left sidebar. Instead it will just render this. Okay, so you can change this one to right like that. Then here we'll be having a tag. So basically I'll just copy the tag and some classes. So basically you can see hidden on mobile devices, and then on extra large devices block it is seen, and we give it some width, and then it is fixed top 0h screen CO 30 BG black. Basically BG black, basically you can remove it, and then that is border left. Okay, and then border, the color of the border, then XR light of 100. Okay, then here now we can have the right sidebar, then you can save. Okay, so just let it finish loading. So right now you cannot be able to see the left side, the right sidebar. You only be able to see it on extra large devices. Okay, yeah, and then when you move it like that, later on we'll see that you won't be able to see even the left, that is the left sidebar. Okay, so now we are done with the layout. Let me turn the next one. So let's continue. Now we are going to work on the left sidebar. So now we can close this one, then head over to the navbar. Then inside here we can have the left sidebar, then we can close it. So here we won't be accepting any props, but basically before we continue, I would like us to add a constant. So we'll use some constant. So basically I just like to drag and drop them here, so you can also find them inside the GitHub repo. So for the constant, basically you will see that it's not it is not a lot. Basically it is just some SVGs. Okay, just some icons. We won't be using any icon library, and then we can also have some some types here. Okay, so okay, so don't worry about it. Basically and also basically remove it. So the error is because the TS is still running. So you can save, then you can head over inside left layout right here. Then I'm going to copy every import that we are going to use, so including converting the component to a use grant. Okay, just like that, and also some initialization. So this one here we don't have it yet, so then this part here, some initialization, that being the path name, that is the route, use router, and then user. We get the user, and also we get if the user is loading, and also I use state to open the modal, and then also the item that we'll be having on the left sidebar. We can have them here. Okay, and then here you can see now we don't have the error because TypeScript is not running. Okay, so now we can hide the sidebar, and then after that we need to have the active. Okay, to check if it is active. So if page is active, then we'll get a boolean that we can use. So we are checking it by saying path name. Path name basically usually returns a string. Okay, we can only be able to use includes inside a string. Okay, so if it includes profile, then active, that page is active. Okay, and this one we'll use this one here on one page, on one items only, that is the profile page. Okay, and then we can continue. We'll have everything inside an empty fragment like that, and then inside here we'll start by having a side like that. So here we give it hidden. Basically they are the same classes that we gave the right sidebar. Okay, then you can just remove this one here, it's not necessary, like that. And then after that, now we can render the icon, that is the user, sorry, that is the link, that is the favicon. Okay, it will be rendered as an image. We start with the source being stroke favicon.isco, and then after that we alt of logo and size of 40, and then margin bottom of 10. Okay, then you can save. So you will save and see what basically will come here. And then now we need to have the basically we need to have these items. So the items, we'll have them as follows. We'll have them inside a navbar, inside a nav, sorry. And then class name, we'll have the following class name, that is flex call, and then gap of 4. Okay, and then to render the that is sidebar, nav items dot map like that. So then we get the item. Since we'll be returning, we use parentheses, we use curly brackets, sorry, and then now we return like that. Then here we'll have a link. For now, let us have a simple href. Okay, something like that though. Then here now we can have an active, the one that we'll be using for this section, whereby we say cost is active, then we say path name, that is path name is equal to dynamic string, then we say forward stroke, then $sign, then we say item dot page. Okay, or then we have, that is parentheses, then we say item dot page is equals to home. Okay, then we say end, then we say path name, is equals to an empty sorry, not an empty string, but basically a forward stroke, or that is, or path name includes items dot path name, sorry, that path name includes item dot page. Okay, and then cost, so here that is the for the href is equals to, then here we have item dot page is equals to home. Okay, then we use forward stroke, else we use the page. Okay, then now here we can use the href. And then there is some classes that we need to pass, and because we are using slint, here we need a key, king being the page. Okay, and then here what we are going to render is basically item.icon. Okay, then after that we are going to render the span having text LG and font of bold. Okay, so before you save, you can see this is what we have now. Okay, so also can have something like LG, margin left of something like 70 px, then we can save. So just after the nav, here we'll be having a button, and then for the button basically you'll be having just some one class which you have already passed to our global, which will be create btn. Okay, then here we can just say create posts. Okay, so yeah, you can see it like that. So you head over to the layout. Basically, let's see how we can basically fix this. This one here, padding right. Okay, let's remove these ones. Basically these ones here are to make the screen a little bit centered. So let basically use the one that I was supposed to use earlier on. So I have given it margin left of 350. So yeah, so when you have it like that, is a little bit much better. That is also because of so I think that way is much better. Let's leave it like that. I think that way is much better. So here the last thing that we need basically now is to render if the user is signed in or signed out. So basically, because we already signed in, let's start with the signed in, and it will be inside a div, giving the div one class name, that being empty auto. Then inside here I'm going to use sign in, just like that. Then I'm going to have a link, so I'll just copy the link with the details. Okay, so the link will be having a href directing to the user profile using the username. Okay, that is profile stroke username. Okay, then some classes. Okay, and then here we have it is, if it is active, then we are giving it this one here, else we are giving it this one here. So this one, it is for this part here. Okay, perfect. So and then inside here you can say is not loading. Is not loaded. Basically we want just to show something loading. Okay, and then after that, now we can show the user, that is the user. Since we already have the user and already have seen what we need to do with the user, so we should just show the user button and the username, and that is full name and username. Okay, that's simple. So now the next one is not sign out, but basically signed out, basically yeah, signed out. So I thought it was sign out, sorry. And then now we'll use something simple. So I just copy the two items that we'll use. They will be both inside a div. So here they are. So that is this one here to sign in, that is a button. Okay, a button, a simple button. When a user clicks, they are going to open a modal with a dark mode. Okay, and then the same with the sign up. Okay, so we just save. So since we have this part here, when you head over, open your sidebar, so head over inside the root and then home, then here. So let's have error boundary here. Error boundary, it is. Then he is expecting a fallback like that. So remember that one is just for examples. So when I sign out, you will see that it won't break the whole page. So here I'm going to click it and then I'm going to sign out. So now here you can see. Okay, then here now you can see the error. So something unauthorized. Okay, yeah, so now here we can basically sign in. So you can see it opens some modal. Then here you can see sign in to open some modal. Then you can just continue with Google like we have been doing. So now with that we have the left sidebar. So it is going to load and then we are going to continue. So we can close this one and this one. So since so on the right sidebar it will be a little bit simple. So yeah, it was waiting for me to finish continue, so just give it a moment. Yeah, it wanted me to click this part here. So then we continue. So yeah, so now you can see even this part home is highlighted. So with that we have the home, the left sidebar. So let's continue from there. For the next one, we basically will be building something simple, which is the bottom navbar. So let's continue from there. So let's continue. So now we are going to work on the bottom navbar. So basically inside app, then root, then layout. Bottom navbar, basically it should be just after this error boundary here, where we can say bottom navbar. Then we can just import it. Okay, there it is. Then you can just save. So I'm going to hide my sidebar. Then I'm going to head over to the bottom navbar here. Then I'm going to import everything that we need. Also making the component use client. Then I'm going to comment on these ones. Then because we are using a router and use state, basically that's why you make the component use client. Then also after that we're going to initialize some some items, including a router, the user ID, and the that is create post open modal. Okay, everything will be inside an empty fragment, that is a React.js fragment. Then inside here we are going to get started by having the footer. Okay, then I'm going to copy the classes for the footer. Basically they are the ones that we had earlier on, but basically this one here, the only changes that we have is the bottom 0 and the left 0, right 0, h of 20, and we give it the bg of with a black opacity of 80 and with some blur and border top, and border that is border we give it the that is the color, that is border color, and then rounded top 3xl and then z20. Then inside here we're going to have everything inside a div, having the following classes, that is flex, hfull, and then item center, and then justify round, that is around, and then px of 4. Okay, then now we'll be having items here. Okay, so instead of actually now having the items here, we are going to create a component, calling it nav items item.tsx. Then we are going to use array-fce. Okay, then you can save. So basically now here you can see the way it will look like. So now it will be accepting two things. So let's have them first. So the first one being the children, and then also the other one being the page, coming from types. Okay, so now we can have them here. Okay, so now we're going to initialize a few things like this one here. So path name, need to import user path name. Then here, this is the one that we had earlier on. Then here we have the href. Then here we have the profile href. So to get the profile href, basically we need to get the user. So this part here I forgot to do it. So it should equal to use user, like that. And then now come here, have $sign. Then now you extract the user from here. Then here you say user dot username, just like that. So no stroke ID or anything like that. And then now we'll be working inside a link. And then now we can have href being the page. If the page is equals to profile, we can have question mark, then we'll be heading over to the profile href. So this one here. Okay, else we'll be doing href itself. Then inside here, so when you head over to the left sidebar here, so okay, so it is okay. So I wanted to confirm, when you click something like this, we head over to the right profile. We use actually username. Okay, so it is okay. And then also we have some classes which I just copy them, then we paste them here. Okay, so if active we are using text white, and then else we are using text gray 500 and hover text gray 300. And then now inside here we have everything inside a div, giving the div class name that is relative. Then inside here we render the children, and then also if active will be having everything inside a div, and then here I'm going to copy the classes that we're going to use for this one here. So this one here is a small small dot. It is a very small dot. You can have it this way. So when you head over here, you can see if active we have this small dot here. So then after that we can just save everything. So now we can use it to now render a few things. So the first few things being the home page and the explorer. Then I'm going to uncomment this one here, like that. So when you save, basically now you'll see the changes. So you can see we use it as a tag because it is accepting a children being this one here. and also this one here, and also you pass the page, okay, as a prop. Okay, yeah. So now you can see the buttons that we have, the two buttons that we have just added here. So now after that we're going to have another button. We're going to have another button. Yeah, so remember these are links, but basically you can call them as buttons, but we call them links. So here we're going to have plus, we're going to have plus icon, then we give it the following classes, that is size of 8, okay, and then we also give it the following class, that is create mobile button. Basically for our case it will be btn. Then after that also we'll be having an on click. So basically we want to, when the user is not logged in, basically we want to direct them to sign in page, okay, else we want to open the modal, okay. Then you can save. Then for the other items, let me just copy them so you can see where it is. So now when I have the others, now we'll be able to see the changes. Yeah, so now it should be something like this, okay. So now you can be able to head over to explore, can head over to the notification and the user profile, okay. So let's head over back to the home page. So on the next one we'll work on the modal, so let's meet on the next one. So let's continue. So I'll just close everything, and then now we'll work on the modal. So that one will happen inside a post folder. Then here we can say create posts modal, and using RAFC like that. And then now I'll just copy the prop that we'll be having, and then also I will copy the props themselves. So basically we can just have them here. Create props like that. Then here you can have is open, comma, close. Then here we can have post ID, okay. And then also I'm going to copy the necessary imports. So here I'm not going to convert it into use grant, because we are going to import it into use grant component, okay. And then also I'm going to have some initialization, a lot of them that we are going to need. So hide my sidebar. So here some use states, basically that is for the text, for the file URL, and that is the preview. This one here will be using it for the file view. And then here we have for the suggestion, type suggestion, and you can see it is mentioned and hashtag. Then show suggestion, and then active suggestion index, suggestion box position, then that is use transition, mostly we'll be using it for the file upload. And then now here we have the use refs, okay. Then you can save. So now we can import it into various areas, but first I would like first to have the following classes, that is for the div. For the first div, for this one here, Okay, I gave it something like fixed because we want it to be fixed, and then is insert on 0 bg with an opacity of 80, then flex item center, justify center z20, backdrop bra of sm, then padding of 4. Okay, this one here is the bral that you will see on top, below the modal. Then here, this one here will be for the modal. So here it is. Here now, here it will be for the modal. Okay, so you can have something like this one here, simple header with that text of Excel and font bold. Okay, so now we can import it into various places that we want. For example, bottom. So when you head over to the bottom navbar here, you can import it here, then import it. There it is. Or basically you can uncomment on this one here, coming from at components posts create modal. Okay, so here it is, and then here you can hit Control space bar, and then you can see everything that you need to pass. That basically you need to pass is open, on, close, and post ID. Post ID is optional, that's why we are not getting any errors. So here basically we are not going to do that for the post ID, because post ID will be passing it whenever we want to pass to create a reply. Okay, then you can save. Then you can also copy it and then head over to the left sidebar. Okay, so here you're going also to import it here. Then here you can actually now uncomment on this one here, and then now here, now make sure that here everything is perfect, and then now you can save. Okay, so now here you can see the modal. Okay, just that simple. So yeah, so it should be something like that. So basically now I want us to design it a little bit. So inside here, inside the modal here, we're going to have a div, and then here we're going to give the div the following classes: being flex, item center, justify between. Then after that you're going to have padding of 4, and then border bottom, and then border of gray 800, and then after that you're going to have flex shrink, that is flex shrink, okay. It seems this one here is not available, so yeah, it is available. Flex shrink 0, and then this h1 h2, sorry, it should be inside here. And then after that we are going to have a button. This button here, I'm going to pass the following classes, that is text gray 400, and then on hover going to have text of white. Okay, then inside here we are going to render this icon that is close icon, and then we can give it size of 6. Okay, and then here on click I'm going to pass the on click, then you can save. Okay, and then here, since now we have passed this one here, you can have, so here this one here, border bottom, so border is coming somewhere here, so I don't know why. So let's see. So border should be here, so we'll see if it will come around very well. So here we can have disabled, so first it will be pending and then we'll have some others later on, and then also can pass alias or LU label which can be close modal like that, then you can save. Okay, so then now after that div, we are going to have another div, then we are going to have the following classes, that being padding of 4, and then flex, grow, like that. So hover on it to make sure that you see what it does, then overflow y auto. Okay, then now inside here we'll be having a div with the following class name of relative. Okay, then we'll be having ref, sorry, that is ref, then we pass the ref, that is text area container ref, like that. And then now inside here we'll be having another div, then inside here we'll be having another div also, but for now let's pass the following here. Let's start with the ref, that is this one here will be caret measure ref. Then after that we can have the following class name being absolute, and then top of 0 and then left of 0, then invisible, like that, then pointer, events, that is event none, then with full, then after that we can have bg gray 800, then rounded LG, and then text of white, and then white space, that is white space wrap. Okay, let me just confirm something. So it should be white space pre wrap, like that, and then break words like that. And then now for this one here to be ref, sorry, and then it will be highlight ref. Then here I forgot to do area hidden to true, and then here we can say class name, whereby it will be texts area div. Okay, and then after that we can have area hidden to true. Okay, then inside here here we render texts, but for now you can just say text, we'll pass text. So basically for now you can have text like that. Okay, and then here now you can say text, actually let be parenthesis, that is curly brackets, sorry, and you can say text dot length is equals to 0, then you'll be showing this, that is span the following classes, that is text grade 500, then absolute, then top of 3, and then left of 3, and then pointer events none. Then now inside here we can say what is on your mind. Okay, yeah. So you can see obviously something is wrong. So on close, you can see basically on close basically is not working, so something is wrong. So it is on click, it is okay. And then when you head over to the bottom, sorry, so bottom here, set it to false. Yeah, it is perfect like that. And then here it is also the same thing on the left sidebar. So yeah, we set it to false. So yeah, something is wrong. As you can see, it is not closing, and also basically it is fixed. So okay, so inside here, so this one here is okay. Then here so let's confirm something here. So it is perfectly fine. So something is basically wrong. So let me just try to fix this, then I'll get back on. So basically I forgot one important thing. So basically you can close all of this. So basically here, just after everything, or just before everything, okay, you can have an if statement whereby you can say if basically if is not open, we return null. Okay, just like that, then we can continue. So now you can see it the way it is. Okay, then now you can open it. Okay, so yeah, so it hadn't finished saving on the left sidebar. So here you can see basically it is working. So I think now it have finished saving. Yeah, actually we did not perform the functionality for the left sidebar. Okay, so when you scroll down here, that is a create button. This one here, you can see we don't have an on click, whereby we need to when you head over to the bottom here, you need to copy this on click here. Okay, then you need to have it here. Here basically we are working with the user, so here you can use the user, or basically I think they have another one. So let's see if they have another constant is signed in. So basically here you can see a boolean that returns true if the user is signed in. So if the user is not signed in, if the user is not signed in, then basically we just to route the user to the sign in page basically. Yeah, so after saving, now you'll see everything is going to work. So as it finishes saving, we can continue now. After this div here, we are going to have a text area. So let me just copy the text area. So here for now we can have just a simple function that we can use. We'll create this function later on, or basically let's create them on change. Just like that. Then we create this one. So and just duplicate this one. So instead of pasting, I just copied. So duplicate this one also. So there it is. We have 3 functions. So now when you come here, you can be able to open. So as you can see, yeah. So and also you can also be able to close. So yeah, great. So now we can continue. So let's continue. So now after this div, we are going to have a preview. Let's have it already, because even though we don't have the necessary image or anything to show, but for now basically I'll just copy everything that is there. So here it is. So basically we have a simple div, okay, and then another div, and then inside there we have, inside this div here you can see we have the file. The file, you can see it is of type file. Then we say dot type, okay, then starts with, that is image stroke forward stroke, then we can render the image, okay, and then else we render the video. And then you can see if the video has an issue, basically we show your browser does not support the video tag. And then we can create this function. Then here we can remove this one here. We'll have it later on. So for the function here, you can duplicate it like that. Then you can save. Now just after this div here is whereby we are going to have the input, basically these two, and then the posts button, okay. So all of that all of that will happen inside a div. Okay, then this div you can give it the following class name. Okay, px of 4, pb of 4, and then we have flex, item center, and then we have justify between, and then border top, and then border gray 800, and then after that we have padding top of 4, then last three have flex, shrink, that is shrink of 0, and then inside here we are going to have another div giving it the following classes, whereby we have flex, item center, and then gap of 4. Then inside here we are going to have the following. We're going to have actually you're going to have, that is the input, and basically the two buttons. So basically these functions here, which I'm going to create right now. So what I have just copied is this input here to handle to accept both image and video, and it will be hidden. Then you will have an on change of handle file change, and then a file ref, and then it will be accepting type file. Then we have button here, okay, that on click will trigger the file input, and then we can have a simple classes here and also disabled and all of that. Okay, then this button basically is the same as this one here. We just change the icon, and also we change the name video there, so you can save. Okay, so the last thing that I want to copy is the button. So it will happen just after this div here, and then here this one here will be to handle create. Okay, then here we can remove these ones here for now, then you can save. And then just after this div here we'll be having autocomplete. That is autocomplete, that is for the suggestions. So here I seem I have made an error. So the first thing I'm going to do here, I'm going to hide the sidebar, the scroll bar. Here I'm going to say hide scroll bar, so there it is hidden. So that means also here the text area and all of that I have made a mistake. So let me just see where I have made that mistake. So basically here know if it is here. Yeah, I think I'm missing something like padding of 3. Let's see. Okay. Head over to the globals and make sure that you have this one. So there it is. Okay. So let me just pause the video and then I'm going just to fix it, then we can continue from there. So I had made an error of tags. So basically, like for example, this tag here, I was closing it at this point. Instead, it should have been ending at this point. Okay, that was one error. The other error was that okay, so this tag here, it was supposed to be closing at this point, so you can see, and then I was closing it at this point here. So that is the first one that as I have said. The second one was this one here, okay, yeah, this one, yeah, you can see where I'm closing it. Basically I was closing it somewhere down here. Basically, as you can see, the way it is actually now working. So my advice to you is that basically what you need to do, since the source code is free, you can head over to the GitHub repo. Inside create post modal, you will see the same code. So there is no I did not make any changes here, maybe except something like this one here, which is a really simple one. But when it comes to what it matters, like the tags, to make sure that you have the same styles, basically I did not make any changes. So basically you can visit GitHub repo, and then inside posts, okay, that is inside components, then posts, then you'll be able to see create modal, that is create post modal, the same name. Okay, you'll be able to see it right there, and then you'll be able to have something the same design. As you can see, you cannot be able to write anything. That is because we don't have some of the functionalities yet. We'll handle that one later on. Okay, so let me turn the next one. So let's continue. So for the next part, we are going to work on that is having the text over here. So you can see right now you cannot type anything. So we are going to get started by having a use effect here. So you can have use effect and have snippet. Okay, then you can remove the content, and then here you can remove that part there. Then you can import it as we have already done so. And then after that, we are going to reset a few things. So we are going to say if not, so here you are using is not open, that the prop that we passed earlier on. And then here we are going to set text to an empty string. Okay, then after that we are going to have set, that is set file, okay, to null. Okay, and then after that we are going to say if, that is if preview, if we have preview, then we can set the URL to the following, that is URL dot revoke URL, and then we set in the preview. Okay, then now after that we are going to have to set the following, that is set preview to null. Then after that we are going to set show suggestion to false. Okay, and then now having that, we're going to have another use effect. So we can have use effect like that. And then inside here we are going to get started by having a function. So I'll just copy the function because it's just a few things here. Okay, so here we have a function called handle click outside. So then we pass an event which is mouse event. Okay, you can see what mouse event does. Okay, and then here if we have the following, if we have all of this, if maybe like here, if it is not true, if it is not true, if it is true here, if it is true here, then we are going to set show suggestion to false. Okay, and then after that we are going to have that is a use left, sorry, not a use ref, but use else here, whereby if show suggestion is true, then we are going to do this. Okay, so that is document.add event listener, then the type that is mouse down, then we handle click outside. Okay, and then else we handle that is remove. Okay, then now we need to return something. Remember, when handling event listeners, you need always to return something, that is to remove the event listener. Okay, here it is. And then after that, what you need to do is just pass show suggestion to the use effect. Okay, so you won't be able to see changes there, but we can continue here. So let's have this here. We are going to have the scroll, that is sync scroll. So I'm going to copy the content because just I use to use if, that is to use ifs. So here, okay, to use ifs here. Okay, and here you can see we are missing an event. Okay, so I'm going to copy the event and the type. Okay, since it is going to accept the event and the type. Okay, so here you can see an event is of type react dot UI event. Okay, then UI event is of type HTML text area element. Okay, and then here if highlight, if we have highlight, that is highlight ref dot current, then we can do the following, that is make highlighter ref dot current dot scroll top to the event dot current target dot scroll. So basically this initially maybe usually is null, then we just pass this to make this now the current one. Okay, and then the same as this one. Then here also we do the same to current measure ref. Okay, and then now the next one we are going to handle is highlighter, that is render. Okay, I don't have render, so let's see. So we are going to have another function here called render. So this one here is the one that we'll use to show the text here. Okay, so here you can see we cannot do anything. This one here is the one that we are going to use to render. Okay, so we can say render highlighter text. Okay, so this here is a function just like that. So it is going to accept a string, that is text of type string, like that. And then here we are going to have two things. So let me just copy them. So here they are, reg and paths. Okay, and then now we are going to return what we want to render. Okay, so we're going to render paths, that is paths. Okay, the second one dot map, sorry, that is dot map. Okay, then here we extract the first thing, which is path, comma, and then index, can have I or just the whole thing, index. Then here what we are going to render, then we are going to say if path dot match. Okay, then we pass rex. Okay, so if we have it, then we are going to return the following. Okay, so here we are going to return a span, being part. Okay, and then here key, we are going to pass index. Okay, then here we are going to have the following class name, just changing the text to purple, that is purple 400, just perfect. Okay, so this one here, let me just show you where it is going to be. So it is going to be just above the text. So here you can see we have this text. So basically when you don't have anything, we are going to show this part here. So I believe you can see. And then now we can render highlighted text and the text itself. Okay, so it is going to be render highlighter text, then we are going to pass text. Okay, then you can save. So I don't know if it is going to show something, so not yet. We need to handle a few things, a few functions yet. The second one being we need to fetch a few things. So when you come here, you need to have use tRPC. Okay, so here we need to say const tRPC. So remember, if you are using server tRPC, we can just import it, but for client we need to import used tRPC. So we have already imported it. Okay, and then now we can use tRPC. Okay, so for our part here, we don't have any text inside tRP. Okay, that is inside our database, or we don't have anything. But let's do before when we release that part to test, we'll actually just input random values, because remember the users and the tags are coming from our posts. So basically, since you don't have any posts, first we'll actually have to add them. So here we can actually get the post first. So we're going to say const, then you're going to extract data, or just leave it like that first. Then we can say use query. Okay, and then now inside here we are going to pass tRPC dot feeds, which we don't have yet. So basically, I don't know if I have to create these feeds right now. or maybe you can just use some dummy ones. So let's use some dummy ones, then later on we can actually work on this. Okay, so for cons, so here I will come here and say tags, okay, which is going to be a string like this. Then you can say hashtag home, comma, hashtag React. Those are enough. And then cons for users is going to be also the same thing, whereby we can just say it's going actually to be something different. It's going to be an object. It's going to be many users, but for example, for our case, it's going to be having the username, username being a string. Then you have the username. Then later on, we will also have. So let me see. Mostly is a username, and also the image. You can say avatar, URL. So here, remember, it's going to be HTTPS something. So we'll have something later on, but for now we can just leave it as it is, or maybe can just copy this one here. Can copy this URL here, copy image address. Okay, then you can have it here. You can see it's something like that. So having that, now we can use that to actually now work on our that is handle text change. This one here. Handle text change is also going to accept an event. Actually is going to accept this one here. It's going to accept the same thing. So here we are going to get started by having the following initialization of a few things. So basically these ones here we have event, okay, and this here is it should not be UI event, but it should be change event. Okay, now you can see don't have the error here. So here we have text area being event.target and value being text.value. Okay, and then now we can set texts to value. Okay, and then now, so remember this function we have already passed it to the text area, the same way as this one here we have used it. This one here we have already passed it to the text area. So now we can be able to do all of this. Okay, so now the next thing we need to do, we need to have an effect. So let me see. It's going to be a use else. So I use else like that. At the end we are going just to do something simple, which is set show suggestion to false. Okay, just like that. And then here inside here I'm going to have a few initialization also. So here you can see we have the last. If we have the last word match, okay, and type of the word that is the last word match dot index not equal to undefined, that is making sure that we have the last word match. Okay, then if we have the first one, the first word match, then we get the first one. Okay, that is means it is an array. Okay, then we get the type. Okay, that mean being it, if it includes at, that means it is mentioning someone, else it is a hashtag. Okay, and then we get the query being match dot substring. Then we remove we remove the first item, basically means that is at. Okay, or basically we remove that is hashtag, that is. Okay, so now after that what we are going to do, we are going to do the following. So we are going to do this. So let me change this one here to username, like that. So here you can see we have some issue. So also let's make this one here an object. Basically forgot the way this one here should have been, so that means this should have been a tag. And sorry, then we should have a count of 1, something like that. Okay, so now we don't have it there. So the same types we have here. That means here you can zoom and see. Here we have a bit of more items, because we are getting them from our database. But for this one here, it will be exactly the way it is here. Okay, that is count and tag. Okay, so that one is okay the way it is. Type is important, because for the username it is a must that you have the username, because it's the one that we are using to filter. But first, before we go there, here first you are initializing filtered. Okay, so to make sure that we can be able to filter, so filtered being equals to users, that is users, the one that we have, dot filter. Then we filter based on the query. Okay, and then the same thing happened to the tag. Okay, then we filter, then we lowercase down, then we check if it includes the query. If that is true, then we can map. Okay, okay, then we need to do a few things now. Basically some of these things, like mostly after this part here, you will see that it is a little bit complicated, because this part here, some of this part that I'm going to show you right now, I used AI to generate, because writing your own code basically for something like this, it's not going to be that perfect. Okay, so here now you can see something, you can be able to type something, and then here I believe you're going to get so don't worry about it now. For now we'll try to fix this one here later on. Right now you can see you can be able to type. Okay, so you can see you can be able to type. Earlier on we could not have been able to do that. So let's continue. So for this part here, I'm going to copy the whole thing. This part basically is an AI job. So let me copy the right way. That means yeah, now the way it is now. Okay, so you can see it is a little bit complicated, so compose the screen basically to type everything. Okay, but here a lot of these things here basically I used AI to generate, because here you can see it is some of the positioning and all of that, and to replace some things here. Basically this part here I just used AI to generate because of the right way to position the text. You can see scroll top, all of that. Basically I used AI to generate this part. I'm not gonna lie to you that basically a lot all of this part coming from my just coming out of my mind like that. Okay, I used AI to generate. So basically you can try to change something if basically if you want. Okay, but basically I just leave it the way it is. And then now the last thing that I'm going to do is basically just set everything to default. Okay, basically to default. Basically here for the first thing I mean is setting the suggestion to filtered. Okay, because now we have the filtered. Okay, and then also setting the type, that is suggestion type to type, and then show suggestion if this is true. Okay, and then last three active suggestion to 0. Okay, yeah, so the next one will be, so let me just collapse this one here. So the next one here is going to be handle, that is handle suggestion click. Do I have that one? So handling suggestion click, basically I also, this one here I also used AI to actually generate it. So let me see where I used it first. Okay, yeah, basically I used it twice. So basically there's this part here, handle key down. Basically this is the last one that we are going to handle, that is for the tags, but for now that is for the tags. So for the other ones, to handle create, and then handle that is handle file change. So basically this one here for the file upload. I can assure they are not, I can assure you they are not complicated like these ones here. So also these ones here I use the AI to generate basically to have the right thing. So basically just want to copy both of them. So you can find the code inside my GitHub repo. Okay, but I'm going to show you so that you basically you can type. So basically here, this one here I use it to handle suggestion click. So you can see it is a lot of code. Basically I did not write all of this. Basically I used the AI also to generate this part here, because imagine writing all of this code, I will take a lot of time. Yeah, and nowadays we don't have a lot of time. Okay, so you can pause the screen, and then here the last one here, that is handle key down. Okay, here it is, and then here we use the handle suggestion click, then we pass this the suggestion texts. Okay, then you can see you can also be able to handle key up, key down, and all of that. Okay, that's why I'm saying if you use AI to do all of this, it is going to be much perfect like ours is. Okay, so when you visit the final project, you see it is amazing. Okay, even right now we cannot be able to type. So here you can see you can be able to move down. Okay, even when it comes to the hashtag, you can see you can be able to move down and up. So it is amazing how you can be able to do all of that. That is because of AI. And then also you will see that it is due to the positioning. you can see even the positioning of the modal here, of this pop-up here is positioning just under where you are typing. Okay, that is because of all of this code which I used AI to generate, which is basically amazing to do. Okay, yeah. So basically these parts here, I used Gamin, that is Gamin AI, to do all of this. Okay, yeah. So that is this function here. Okay, that is handle text change, handle click suggestion, and handle key down. Okay, then for the rest, basically I just wrote them. They are not that complicated. Okay, yeah. This one here, basically this part is the one that I basically needed help with. Basically basically you can see we have @ and hashtag. I needed to know how basically to check if they are available and all of that. Yeah. So now when you head down here, that is suggestion. So just give me a moment. So here you have the suggestion, and then here you have all of this. Then you need to make sure you have passed the functions here. Okay, yeah. And then the last thing that we need to do, yeah, just after the button, and then after the div here, I showed you I told you we'll have autocomplete. So I'm going to say show suggestion, and then I'm going to say end suggestion, that is suggestions dot end. Okay, if it's greater than 0, and we are going to do the following. So for now, let's create the component. It's going to happen inside here, whereby you can say autocomplete .tsx. Then you can use RAFCE. So basically first let basically pass a few props so that we can just finish with all of this. Then also all of that. And then we need to import everything, actually pass everything. I'm going just to paste it here, then I'm going just to import it. Okay, just like that. So just let it reload. So now even when you type like that, even something like that, that is you can see when I type something, basically we don't see anything, and yeah, you can see. But when I type something like @ you can be able to see we have the autocomplete. Okay, now even type hashtag, we have autocomplete. Okay, so what now we need to worry about next is how basically the text should be visible. We'll see how we can fix that, because basically now we have everything that we need to render our content, that is our that is our text. And then now after that we can basically focus on the autocomplete. Basically it is not that complicated also, because we have handled all the functionalities. Okay, it is just a matter of designs and just some simple functions. So let me meet on the next part of the video. So let's continue. So basically now you can see, as we saw earlier on, you can see you can be able to type, but basically you cannot be able to show anything. Okay, so this is just how I was able to fix it. And then when you can be able to type basically and all of that, but when you hit Control All, you can be able to see it. That is because of one simple thing we forgot to do here. We need to return something here, being we need to return part. Okay, basically we need to return this part here. Okay, only this part here. Okay, this part here is the one that basically we want to return with the color, that is highlighted color. Okay, so yeah, so basically now when you come here, you can see now even after that you can be able to see all of that. Okay, so now let us work on this part here. So head over into inside your highlight. Okay, the first thing we are going to do here, I'm going to have some classes. So the first one being absolute, hit Control space bar to make sure you have it, then with full, then mx, that is max with excess, that is excess, and then black, then you give it, that is bg black, then opacity of 90, sorry, that is opacity of 90, that is stroke 90, and then backdrop, that is backdrop of bral md. Then after that we have border, then give the color of the border to gray 700. Okay, rounded excel, then shadow x, let's do 2, excel, to excel. Make sure when you hover you have it. So that means I have made a mistake here. Hover and make sure you have it. And then after that z of 10, then max, that is max h20, actually 60, sorry, and then overflow y auto. Okay, then we hide the scroll bar, so hide scroll, just like that. So when you save, you should be able to see some change, like there it is. Now the next thing we need to do is some positioning. So here just going to drop this like that. Then after that we're going to have ref. However, we are going to pass suggestion ref, that is suggestion box ref. And then after that we are going to pass style. Okay, then inside here we are going to say top being a dynamic string, then $sign here. Then here we are going to say suggestion positioning dot top. Then you can duplicate this one here, then here you can have a left, then here now you can also have left, just like that. Save, come here and make sure that you have I think it should come down here just after this. Okay, So let's see. So maybe I'm missing something. So maybe I'm missing something, but I don't think so. But I don't think so. Yeah. So it is absolute width of Excel. So that is a matter of. So yeah. So here I'm missing something. It should be px, and then also here px. Okay. So yeah. So yeah, you can see now. Okay. So you can see it is perfect right now. So now we need to now continue, and then now inside here we're going to have a list. I think we're going to is not going to have any classes. Then inside here is whereby you're going to map the suggestions. So suggestions, okay, that is dot map. Then here we get the suggestion itself. Then we'll have everything inside parentheses. That means we want to return something, just like that. Then inside here we'll have a list. Okay, so a list here, the first thing we can have is a suggestion dot. So for now let's leave it, let's say suggestion. And then here you can have comma, and you can have index like that. Then for the classes, for now, since we don't have some functions here which we should create so that we can use them, the first one being const, being is user, checking if it is user, that means if it is mentioned. If then we say suggestion dot has own property. So let me just copy everything and then we can explain it, because now we can move a little bit faster. Yeah, there it is. So is user, basically we are checking if it is checking if is user, that means if it is mentioned. Basically we are checking its type. Remember, here we are passing all the suggestions. That means we are passing, here we are passing tags. Okay, here we have given it type of user, but basically we are also passing also a tag. I didn't want to basically mess it up by also adding another type here, but basically we are also passing another type, that is being the tag. So that means here we are checking if it is the user, and then if it is true, then here we come and say user equals to user, then suggestion as user or nar. Okay, then after that we have the hashtag, then we say hashtag is equals to suggestion as tag. So here is where we are giving it the types. Okay, and then if it is active, then we are saying index is equals to active suggestion index. Then the key, we are saying is user or sorry, that is if is user is true, then user.id. Okay, then else we have hashtag dot tag. Remember, tag will not repeat themselves. I will show you later on why this is true, that they won't repeat themselves. Okay, that's why we are using them as key. Okay, then text value, equal to, if user is true, then here we are showing the username, else we are showing the tag. Okay, so now we can continue. The first thing we are going to do is having the key being key. Okay, then after that we are going to have an on click, okay, being an arrow function. Okay, then we are going to use the function handle suggestion click. Then you are going to pass the text value, okay, being the last one here. Okay, that means if it is user, you are passing the username, else you are passing a tag. And then we need to make sure we have it, so we are going to say or an empty string. And then on mouse enter, that is we can be able to enter. That is when you saw me moving down and forward like this, you can also hit enter and it will actually input and have a space right after. So here you're going to say also being an arrow function, then we can say set active suggestion index to index, this index right here. That one is not so complicated. Okay, so the last thing now here, just use that is a class name, being just a simple class name, cursor pointer, transaction colors, basically that is for all. And if it is active, then we say bg white opacity of 10, else we have hover bg opacity of 5. Okay, then you can save. Then here maybe you can just show maybe something like text value before we design it. Okay, so yeah, so now you can see here can be able to do something like that. Then you can have hashtag, then you can see it is home, then you can be able to have something like that. So we'll fix that later on. I don't know, basically, oh yeah, basically I should be removing this hashtag in front here. It won't have it on the when we will be getting our hashtag from the final posts. We won't be having this hashtag, we just be having something like this, since it will be removed inside the function. So somewhere, I think somewhere here, you can see it is removing the here, basically the query and all of that. You can see the we are removing the first instance. Okay, so basically we don't need it here or at any place, we just need it to when you are showing it. So if it is hashtag, we are going to have an initial hashtag there. So hashtag like that, then now you can have it something like this. Okay, so now it is going to work that way. So now the next thing we are going to do, we are going to style, and styling, you are going to check if you are styling the user. So you're going to say if is user, that is user and user. Okay, then we have an array whereby we will have a div, and then else you're going to have a div also, just like that. Then inside here, the first thing we are going to have is the following class name, being px of 4, then py of 3, then item center, just 5 between, and then gap of 3. Okay, and then inside here also you are going to have another div, then having the following class name, being flex, item center, gap or 3, overflow hidden, and then img. Here we are going to show the user dot. So basically when you click on that is user avatar, so since you are using some constants, so let me make sure that it is the same thing so that we can be able to see what you are designing. And then you need to make sure you have it. If you don't have it, basically have an empty string, but basically that is not advisable. If this one is not there, basically you will get an error, and to avoid that, basically you can use any constant that you can find, but basically I just use this one here. Okay, yeah, and then an alt, you can just leave it the way it is if you want. Then after that, you're going to have the following class name. You can say size of 10, rounded full, and then we have flex, shrink 0. Then you can save. So now you can see it. Now since the lists are not that complicated, I'm just going to copy them, just after the image. I'm going to have the username and the username. Okay, so here instead of having the username, you're going to use the name. So let's add that one. So here I'm going to say name, which is going to be, so this one here you can have something like that. Then here you can have something like name. Okay, then you can save. So you'll be having something like this. Okay, also you can have followers, just since we have here, so since we have justify between, just after this you can have followers. Okay, the last thing, and then you can add the followers. We're going to have the followers. The followers basically is going to be the length that is basically we are going to pass, for now basically just let it be something like 10, and then we can just copy followers like that. Then here later on, basically for the followers, we'll basically have the user IDs of the followers. So basically it will be the length, but for now let's do user, that is user dot followers, just like that. Okay, So the way it is, so basically so here I think I'm using flex. Yeah, so something like that. So and then after that, the last thing we are going to have for the div is basically for the tag. Okay, which is going to be the tag and the count. Okay, then we can save. So you can see the way it will look like. Yeah, so that is the autocomplete. So on the next thing, now we can worry about the images, that is uploading all of this, so that basically we can be able to lastly posts. Okay, so let me run the next one. So let's continue. For the next one, we are going to work on the ImageKit, that is basically handling upload. So the first thing we are going to do, since we have this function here, this will be the first one, whereby we'll be just doing file input, that is file input ref.current.click. Okay, then we just execute it. So we'll be just using it to click. Then this one here will be the second function, that is handle file change. So but before that, we need to handle upload so that we can use it inside the handle file change. Okay, so I'll have a function here calling it handle upload. Okay, just like that. Then now inside here, since first we need to accept the file, which is going to be of type file. Okay, and then we are going to start transition. Okay, and then here we are going to have a function, then it is going to be a synchronous function, since we are going to use a use state, we're going to use a function. Then you're going to say if we don't have the file, we just want to return, or basically you can just say you don't have the file, you can use the toaster. Okay, so then after that we are going to say const results equals to await. Okay, then we are going to use upload image. Okay, then I'm going to open my sidebar here. I'm going to head over inside lib. Okay, inside here I'm going to create another function calling it dot upload, that is upload image.tsx. okay, then here I'm going to copy the following. I'm going to copy a lot of things. So first, making the component a server action. Okay, then importing these two. So also we need basically to add them, and then after that you're going to have envs, that is envs this way, getting them from our environment variables. Remember, we have env. Make sure you have the environment variables, and then when you come here, you write them or here, that is public key, private key, and URL endpoint. Okay, we had all of that, and then we destructure them. Okay, and then after that we pass them to the new ImageKit. Okay, so now let's add them. That is being ImageKit, and then UUID. Oh, sorry. like that. So let's wait for it to finish. Then after that we are going to say export asynchronous, then we can say function then there is a name upload image. Basically we could have used file because we are basically uploading file. We are uploading both video and image, so you can use file. Then we accept we'll be accepting two things, the first one being the file of type file, lastly being the folder that we want to use, okay, being of type string. So the folder, basically when you come here you'll see we have this folder here. Basically for me I have this one. So if you create a new folder, you'll basically it will appear here basically, and you don't have to basically create it here. Basically it will be created when you give it a name. Okay, so now it is done. So now here I'm going to use try catch because we so that we can know when we make a when we have made a mistake. Try catch. So TypeScript is basically loading. So let's first get in here. So I'm going to initialize a few things. First thing being the buffer, the array buffer. Anything passed to the ImageKit, that is ImageKit.upload, should be of type array buffer. Okay, so that's why we do this. Okay, and then we buffer. Okay, so we'll be passing the buffer. Okay, so we need to do this to pass any file to the that is to the ImageKit. Okay, and then lastly we give it the name. So that is why we are using UUID, so that it can be random. Okay, then we give it the size and the type. Okay, or we can just give it the file name. Okay, basically it is a choice. It is basically sometimes basically maybe you upload the image twice, so basically the ImageKit will just pick the random one. Okay, something like that. So the next thing we need to do is const, then with the structure, then we say equals to await, then we say ImageKit. Okay, we already have it, this one here. Okay, dot upload. Okay, so basically package JSON. Basically I forgot to show you a few things. So here are the version of which package that I am using. Okay, that being tRPC, ImageKit, you can see I'm using version 6, UUID I'm using version 33, and even Prisma I'm using 6.15, sorry. So you can scroll up to this point, so you can see Tailwind version 4, all of that basically what I'm using here. And then in here now we need to pass the file being the buffer, comma, then we need to pass the file name, comma, then we need to pass the folder, like that. So the next thing we need to do, so I seem to have an error somewhere. Oh, sorry. Then here now we can destructure, you want the URL, like that. So here we return an object being the URL, comma, and success. success being of type true, that is a boolean. Then lastly we catch, then we get the, here we get the error. Okay, then here we console log dot error, then we return. So let me just copy the return. It is just success true and false, basically success false. Okay, and then an error of type string. Okay, yeah, so you can save, and then you can head over to our create modal. Okay, then here we can import it coming from lib. Then the first thing we need to do is basically pass the file. Then lastly pass the, you need to pass the folder name being of type string. So we're going to say forward stroke x, for me I'm going to say XRebrand. So if I say XRebrand, it is going to install to basically add the file here, but for my case I'm going, you can have something like XRebrand, something like another folder name like that. It can be nested like that, but for me I'm going to say XRebrand 2, can have something like tutorial like that. Okay, and then now I'm going to copy that is the error, handling the error. So the first thing being the if we have the success, then we are going to do this. Okay, that is, if we have the success, you're going to say to check if we have the URL. Okay, then we set the file URL to the URL to the result.url. Then we toast the success message, and then if there is an error, we just basically show all of this. Okay, yeah. So the next thing now we need to do is work on the handle file change. So it is going to happen inside here. So we need to copy, I need to copy the event. You can see event is of type change event being HTML input element, and then I'm going to copy the context of the function. So here we are getting the selected file, and then if we have the selected file, then we pass the selected file to the handle upload. Then if we have the preview, then we are saying url.revoke object URL, then we pass the preview. Okay, then we set the file to selected file, then we say const preview URL equals to url.create object URL, then we pass the selected file. Then lastly we set preview to preview URL. Okay, the next thing we are going to handle basically is the remove. So I'm going to save it. So I'm going to save it, then I'm going to come here, then I'm going to choose an image. So basically I'm going to choose this one here. So you can see, I don't know if it is uploading or something, so let's check. So we got a 404, exceeded 1 MB, sorry about that. So an error, so that is perfectly fine, because you can see the error cannot pass something bigger to that is north of 1 MB. So basically let's head over here. So now I'm going to choose another image. So now let's see if it is going to get we're going to get any errors. I believe this one is okay. So you can refresh here. So now here you can see we have two of them. Now here you will be able to see that we have the image. Okay, so here it is. Okay, so that means we have been able to successfully upload an image. So now we need to handle remove file. So I'm going to come inside here, then we are going to start transition, then it's going to be a synchronous function also, since we are going to delete the image as well as remove the image from our preview. So we're going to do that by saying if preview, if we have preview, then you are going to say url dot revoke object url, then we pass preview. Okay, then after that, now we can actually now handle delete. To delete, we'll come inside lib, then we'll just copy this one here, copy the file, then paste it here. Then here you can say delete file. Okay, then here now you can say delete file. Okay, so to delete the file, basically we just need to do a few things. So basically we can remove everything inside here like that. Then so basically let me just confirm something. So I will be using await equals to, that is ImageKit dot delete file. So let's see, you can programmatically delete uploaded files in media library using delete file API. Okay, so here if the unique field of the uploaded file, so to get the, so let me see, so first basically we need to get the file basically we need to get the file ID. So basically to do that, so that is what I wanted to confirm here, because basically we need the file ID to delete the file. Okay, so when you come here, this image here, I think, I don't know if I can be able to see the file ID. I basically can't, but basically the file ID will be somewhere here. Copy URL, so basically for the first thing, let's try something. So we'll pass the URL as of type string, and then here we pass the URL. So when you save and come here, so I just want to check something. It is really important that we check this part here. Then you can say const deleted file equals to await await delete file, then we pass the file URL like that. Then we need to yeah, we have already imported it. Then now we need to handle if we have the success. So if we have the success, basically we'll toast and then basically clear a few things, and then here we can say delete file, and then here we need basically to come here and say return success true, and we can move that once. Okay, so let me see what I'm returning. Okay, so yeah, it is deleted file, then success. If it is true, then we can do the follow this part here. So here I will also like to actually here consts delete, can say delete equals to, then I would like to console log, I would like to console log this part here, that is delete. Okay, I think delete is a reserved word, so like that. You can open the terminal. So basically it have reloaded. That is not good because we need to delete this one here. So now let's try this. So come here, upload anything, image or video. I'm going to upload this. It is not a big image, so it should not take a lot of time. So there it is. So when you click this part here, and also we should make it cursor pointer, but as we make it cursor pointer, let's click it. You can see disabled, problem deleting image, please try again. So invalid CFSI token. So okay, so something else is wrong. So basically we need to do it the way I did it. So but first let's make the cursor pointer and also this one here. Yeah, it is okay. So we'll save that one in a bit. So to delete the file the right way, so to delete the file the right way, basically we need to get the file, we need to list the files. So so we need to list the files. So basically we are going to say, we're going to come here and say consts, we are going to say files equals to await, that is ImageKit dot list files. Okay, then we skip 0. Okay, yeah, so you can hover and see. what it does. So basically, can list of uploaded files in your ImageKit.io media library. For searching and filter, you can use query parameter and describes in doc. But basically, I would like to do it this way. It's a little bit much faster. Then const. Then we can say all files. Okay. Then you can say equals to. Then you can say files dot filter. Okay. Then we get the individual file. Okay. Then we check URL. So we have the URL dot includes file dot path dot. Okay, interesting. Basically, we should be checking for file path. Okay, so but basically here you can see we don't have that. So I don't know why they did it, but basically now here we need to do ts at ts, because this is not an error that we can fix. Basically we just need to hide it, and then now we need to have the image, the ID. Then we can say const, that is const image. You can say file ID equals to all files dot. So when you hover, you see it is an array, and also here you will see this one here we return something like this. So basically we are working with an array. So we need to do dot map. Then we get the individual file. Then we basically say file dot file ID. Okay, so now the last thing that we need to do, we need to come here and say if, we need to say if file ID dot length greater than 0, then is when we are going to do the following, that is delete. Okay, so instead of now passing the URL, now you'll be passing the file ID. So basically here I'm getting an issue. Sorry, so here now instead of using delete, that is delete that, we are going to use bulk, that is bulk delete files. Now you can see it will be okay to do it like that. So now let's see if we can be able to delete the image. So we have reloaded, so let's delete this one. Then we can save it that way. So let it finish loading, then now we can test. So now here upload anything. So file uploaded. So when you come here, you should be able to see the file. Yeah, and then now you can be able to think now we should be able to delete it. Yeah, file deleted. Then you can see successfully deleted files ID. Then here we have the ID. Okay, so so when you come here now, refresh. After refreshing, you will see that now you don't have any files. So that's how you can be able to delete files from ImageKit, basically using server components. You can see even uploading basically is very simple. Basically, this is what you need just to upload, and then this is what you need to delete. So basically, you have the script. So basically here also, so let's say for example you want to delete you can see here we are deleting bulk files. So basically when you come here, maybe here you passed, instead of string you passed an array. So here you can just do it this way. Okay, so you can have URLs like that, then you can pass the URL to the is array, and then you can return array like that, else you can return an array like that. Okay, with that now you can be able even to do even an array itself, to delete an array itself. Okay, then here now you can, so where is it? Okay, so here now you can be able to use the URL. Okay, so great work. So let's meet on the next one. So let's continue. So now what you are going to do, we are going to work on the post, but first let's close everything, then head over inside Prisma. Then here we need to add the posts. Okay, so here you need to say Modal posts. Then here we'll have everything we need to have about posts. So let me copy the first ones that are simple enough. Just a matter of repetition here. We talked about string and optional here. So you can see that I said optional, you can have a question mark. So if you want it to be optional, that is how you can do it. You just add a question mark, making it possible that you don't have to add it, or the user doesn't have to add it, or doesn't need to be available. The next thing that we need is relationship. So the first one will be user, but you can hit autocomplete. So user, here we have the relationship that of the user, and we are actually checking the field and the reference. So here you are checking that is the field. We are comparing it to the user ID, that is this one, I believe. So when you autocomplete here, you can see these are the fields here. So basically you just choose user ID, and then here when you hit autocomplete, you can see that is these fields here, the user fields, that you choose the user ID. Then after that you can come here and mention the relationship, whereby you can say users, or user basically, and then you can say you can basically say, or basically just say not user but posts, since user is here. Okay, so here you can have the user posts. So you'll see how you'll be able to call this whenever we call the user. Okay, and here when you call the post, basically we also get the user. Okay, the user information. Okay, that's really important. We need another one, basically that is when it was created. So we can put this one here. Okay, and then another field that I want us to have, basically since we have talked about the relationship, I want us to have likes. So you can have like the same way we have here. You can have the same way you have here, like you can say likes, and then you can have something like this. Okay, basically you can have it this way. Then you can add you can edit the post, basically just updating the post by adding the user ID of whoever is actually liking the post. So basically I don't know which one is possible for you, or basically you can just have this one. Okay, and then here you can just have likes. Okay, then here you can have another relationship about likes, and with that you won't have any relationship. So since for me I chose to go with this part here. Okay, so basically we can just continue with this, but this one here is possible. Okay, since for the followers I chose to go with this, and then for the likes I chose to go with this because I want to show you these two ways how you can do it, having another table, and also how you can just use an array to do all of this. Okay, so you can save, then open your terminal. Okay, so what I want to do now, I want to head over inside lib, and then I want to delete the that is the generated folder, then say yes, and then now after that I want to do npx prisma db push, then hit enter. Okay, after this, now what you're going to work on is the that is the basically is the procedures. So when you head over inside here, and then inside routes, then inside app, you can see here we have the procedure. Okay, this here is a procedure. So basically we are going to have our procedures here, but because we'll have a lot of procedures like the users, that is the users procedures, and then the post procedures. So basically I would like to separate these two files. So what you can do, you can actually just copy the whole of this. Okay, and then here you can see it is actually done, so you can hide the terminal. But before that, let's head over back here. So now I would like you to cut this one and be left with something like that. Okay, after that, inside here I want you to create another file calling it feeds procedure, or you can just say feed procedure. Okay, .ts. Okay, so inside here is whereby we are going to have the feeds procedure. So basically the first thing we need to do is basically import Zod from Zod, and then after that we need to import the procedure, that is the base procedure. Okay, base procedure, create procedure, and then create a tRPC router, and then generated protected procedure. Okay, so then you can update this to come from basically tRPC. Okay, just like that. And then after that you can also import Prisma. So make sure it is not coming from generated, but basically it is coming from lib itself, this one here. Okay, and then lastly we need to have tRPC error. Okay, and then after that you need to have that is this function here. Basically you can remove this one and then close it here. sorry. So like that. So here this is the feed, will be the feeds procedure. The way it is here, basically what you need to do now is just add the procedure that we copied earlier on. So this is a protected procedure, so you can save it like that. And then you can come here, and then here you can say feeds. Okay, so here you can say feeds, then you can say feeds procedure. Okay, so like that, or you can just call it feeds. That is the feeds router or feeds procedure, basically whatever you want to call this file. Okay, basically you can have it that way, but for us, let's go with feeds procedure because this one here is the router itself. Okay, yeah. So now here you can remove all of this. Then here you can update this one to come from tRPC. Okay, tRPC, then stroke routers. Okay, then you can save. Still I believe you won't be having any errors, you won't be having any issues. The way it is, basically even after refreshing, basically you will still be able to fetch the user the way we have we did it here. Okay, so even after it finishes, basically you will see that you won't have any issues. So since we'll be starting by actually creating the posts, so what I want us to do, I want us to call this one here query, like that, and then after calling it query, it will be a protected procedure the way it is here, because we want only the authenticated users to do this. So can hit like that, then it is going to accept a few inputs. So let me just copy the inputs. So tRPC error so here you can see we have an error. So let us just finish this part here, but basically before I edit this part here, so let me just comment on this like that, and then you can hit inside home. You need to make sure that this part here works, and then head over inside app, root, then home, then page. So here is whereby we are doing this. So here you can see we are actually looking for it inside the tRPC, but when you hit control space bar, you will see that it will be coming from feed, then dot query, because we have changed it here. Okay, so when you save, then head over inside here, and then feed dot query, like that. Then when you save, you won't be having any errors anymore. Yeah, so remember we changed the directories and all of that, so now you won't be having any problems. So just refresh it basically you won't be having any issues there. So here it will be accepting a few things. So we check for the inputs. Okay, you can see we already having a few errors because actually it is expecting something. So now you can see we don't have the error, and we can also be able to fetch. So you can see it is still working. Yeah, so now here input, the user is expected to input the following. That is the post ID, which is optional. Okay, and then the file, so that is the file, the URL. Okay, and then the type of the file, it can be image or video. Okay, and then inside here we need to make sure that we have the user. Okay, so and then after that we need to make sure that if we don't have the following, like for example if we don't have the user ID, we throw a tRPC error. Okay, and then here we need to get the input. Okay, comma, then you get the input. So if you add comma, and then you will see the following, that is the path and the signal. But basically you'll be working with the input and the CTX being coming from the coming to give you or to provide you with the auth. Okay, so basically if you don't have the user, you want to throw a tRPC error. So here you can see you have all of these inputs. So here for example this is unauthorized, so basically you can see how I copied it because it really is simple. And then if you don't have the post, basically said method not supported, something like that. You can choose any whatever you want to say. Yeah, so and then after that now we need to create. Okay, so basically will not be returning a that basically will be returning the created post. So we'll come here and saying const, can say created posts, then you can autocomplete. Basically this one here will be posts. Okay, then here we'll be having an await. Okay, and then if we're having an await, we need to have an synchronous function, so that will happen here. Okay, then before I forget, this one here should not be query. We are not querying, but we are mutating. Okay, that is mutation. Okay, yeah, and then after that basically we need to pass the data, the post being the post, and the user ID being the user ID, and the type being the file, and all of that basically. Okay, so remove this. So head over inside Prisma, not Prisma but this Prisma here schema. So basically we are adding the user, that is the image URL and the video URL. We basically will be adding only one. So basically for our case, for the image it will be something like this. Okay, so if it is the image URL, we'll be checking the type. If the type includes image, then we'll be doing that is the file, then we'll be adding the file, and if it includes video, basically then we'll be adding the file URL. Okay, therefore we don't need the file type. So here I think I was thinking about something else basically, and I left that file type there. Sorry about that. Okay, yeah, so that was my fault. Basically, you can see we basically need the file type here. Okay, sorry about that. Then the last thing we need to do, remember we will be using, I did not explain, but inside the schema here you can see we have the post ID, repost ID, and then also we have reply ID. Okay, so basically these two, if in the future you want to add a repost, basically if you are reposting the post, basically you just need to add the repost, or basically the post that you want to repost, its ID here, and then since the reply is like a post in X, so basically what we'll be doing, will basically be adding the post that we are replying to ID here. Okay, that would be the reference. Okay, and then since it is optional, basically we just want to do either we add the post ID basically, or we just add an empty string. So then you can save. So after that you're going to get a tRPC error somewhere here. So but basically now we can just basically remove all of this. Basically we'll just use it later on, so you can basically remove all of this. Then you can say here will be home. Okay, then here you can remove this one here. Okay, like that. So basically it will be like that. Yeah, so now on the next part, so let me just close this, and leave this empty. Sorry, not empty, but basically like that, since we'll be requiring it a little bit later on. So we'll be heading over to create Modal. Okay, and when you scroll down, we have this handle create. This is what you'll be working on next. It will be just a simple thing, so let me meet on that part of the video. So let's continue. So now let handle create. So I think we have tRPC. So when you scroll at the top here, you have tRPC here, so that is what you're going to use. So basically I can just collapse this like this. So you can collapse them like this, so that you can have a simpler file. So first thing we need to do, we need to basically have the create function. Remember, you can have create equals to, then you can say use mutation. Okay, use mutation. Okay, we have already imported it. Basically then inside here we are going to pass, that is tRPC dot feeds. So when you hit Control space bar, make sure you have autocomplete. Then you can say dot, that is dot query. Basically I'm still calling it query. So head inside here, change this one here to create. Okay, like that. And then come here and hit Control space bar. You should see that is create. Okay, here it is. So that is create feed. Okay, or that is post if you want. And then you can say dot that is dot mutation. Hit Control space bar, make sure you have autocomplete, that is create option, that is create dot mutation options. Then inside here is whereby you can do something like an error, for example. So for example, you want to show something when there is an error, so you can do this. Okay, and then if there is a success, you want to do something like this. So because they are simple functions, basically I'm just copying them. Just want to show up post created successfully, and then you clear the text, then you clear the file, then you clear the file URL, then you clear the preview, that is here, you clear the preview, and then lastly you close the modal. Okay, and then inside here you do create dot, hit Control space bar, and then you will see autocomplete, that is mutation, mutate. And then here is whereby you are going to pass everything that you are going to create with. And then there they are, that is post being the text, post ID being the post ID, file being the file URL, and then type being the file dot type. Basically here you can see it is okay, but for this one here you can say or an empty string like that. Okay, basically I just want to make sure I'm passing something. Okay, and then you can hit save. So then open your terminal. So here feed.query, you can see here is not available. So what you want to do, so you can see it have reloaded itself, so let's wait for it, then we can try to create, then we can continue from there. Then here you can do something like this, then you can do art, then you can do something like that. Okay, then you can add an image or a video if you want. So let me choose one. So there it is. So let it finish uploading. You can see everything is disabled, file uploaded successfully. Then we click create. So basically I forgot to disable, that is the post, that is the post button. So here I think it has that is the option to do that, that is the create. So scroll down here. Okay, then you can say or create is loading. Okay, or is pending, not paused but pending, like that. Then there is this part here, that this part here. Okay, I like to add it for disabled so that one knows that it is disabled. It has a BG opacity, that is BG black, and then opacity of something like, let's do 10, I really don't know. Then you can say true. Okay, yeah, we just need to try to create another post basically. Let's see. As we do that, let's do CLS, then we can do npx Prisma Studio. Then you can see if everything is going according to plan. Then here you can try something else. You can do art, then you can do hashtag like that. Then you can add another image. Let me find something beautiful to add. So yeah, so now you can see it is disabled. Yeah, okay. Then also you can disable it if also it is creating. Okay, yeah, so now you can see. Yeah, then also disabled cursor not allowed. Okay, yeah, now yeah, then you can just create. Then you can see now everything is disabled. Okay, then now here you should be having 2 posts. Yeah, so now you can see the 2 posts. So let us add another one lastly. Yeah, then here you can do just something simple and small. Then here you can see cursor not allowed. Okay, then now you can see. Then you can just create the post. So great. So now on the next part of the video, I will basically like to, or basically let's do this before we forget. In this part here, inside create modal. In this part here, we need to get the users. So now I will show you how you can get the users. So just give me a moment. So we need to get the user by using tRPC. Yeah, so for the tags, we basically will be doing something different. So you can remove this part, or basically let's first add fetch the post. So whereby you can say const, then you can say distract, then equals to, then you can say use query, then inside here we'll be passing that is tRPC dot feeds dot query. Basically we don't have the query, sorry. Head over inside feeds procedure. So here, yeah, then after that I want us to basically fetch, which is really simple. Yeah, that is fetch all posts. Okay, so after the comma can add query, can say query all. Okay, then you can do procedure. Okay, just like that. Then we can close all of this. Okay, then we need to query inside here. Okay, we need to query inside here. So query many, after that include user, and then will include likes. Then we'll just return posts. Okay, so querying all, basically we'll use this to query a lot of posts. So there is another thing that we need to add an input. Okay, and sorry about that, about this, because I did not find another way to do what I'm going to show you later on. But for now, add this part, then you can say to do, yeah, and then I will just explain it. Explained. Will be explained later. So basically I will show you this part later on, because we basically need it, and you will see that we won't use it, but basically we just need it. And then you can save, and then now you can basically come here and autocomplete, and you will be able to see query all. Okay, and then now after that basically we just need to pass something. Okay, need to have something like that. Then you can have query. I'm missing query options. Okay, just like that. Then you can just maybe pass an empty string because it's not needed. Then here you need the data, which being the posts. Okay, now we have the post. So what you need to do now, we need to create a function that we can use basically to get the tags. Basically now you having seen the post, you can see the post with the tags. Okay, we need to get those tags, so we'll do that inside lib. Here we'll create another file calling it utils.ts. okay, so here I just want to create this function here. Okay, then there is this post type coming from types. Okay, yeah, so basically, okay, oh yeah, basically it is expecting a return of basically an array of type tags and count string. Okay, so first thing first, you need to have an initialization. So here I'm going to copy what we expect, that is the hashtag. Then after that we need to do post. Okay, for each, that is post dot for each, then we get the individual posts. Okay, then inside here is whereby you're going to do all the magic. So here you get the unique hashtag per post. Okay, and then here you say const hashtags equals to array dot from, and then inside here we pass new set and then here we just need another function that will be just something simple. This one here I just don't need to type it. Basically it's something that we have seen. This one here, just a simple thing. Basically it's just a matcher, basically looking for this part here. Okay, and also it is making sure even after a hyphen or something like that, or even words, basically it also recognizes all of that. And then we set the, that is extra hashtags, then we pass the post.post. Okay, then after that we do hashtag dot for each, then you get the individual hashtag. So remember the hashtag is this one here, then this one here being the set. Okay, and then here hashtag for each, that is hashtag dot for each, then we get the individual tag being a type of string, then we say const lowercase tag equals to tag, so basically just draw the tag, and then we say hashtag count, so basically just count the tags that we get from our posts. So basically all the posts, basically we just count them. Basically we want to know, for example, that is we are using hashtag home, how many times is it inside our posts, all of them. Okay, and then basically here we are just counting. Okay, then the next thing that we need to do, basically we just need to return, we need to return object dot entry, then we pass hashtag dot map. Okay, then we get the the tags and the count, then we basically just sort them, and then basically we can reduce this just a little bit. Basically we can just return something like this. Okay, we can return something like that. So here we get the tags from hashtag, this part here. Okay, we get them, then we map them, basically then we return them this way. Okay, yeah, something like that. Then that is what we'll be using here to get the tags. So basically like this, then we can say count like that, then coming from lib. Okay, those will be the hashtags. Okay, then the next thing that we need to do is get the user. So basically you can head over inside tRPC, then post, basically then you can just copy this one here, then you paste it here also, and then rename this one here to users. Okay, and then basically you can remove the first one. Okay, base procedure. Okay, then also we just do this just for purposes of I'll share later on. And here you can see users and find many. So let's see what we can include. First being the posts. Maybe likes, true. Yeah, then you can change this one here to users, then here you can change this one here to user. So now we can come inside that is inside app. Then here you can see that is users, then you can say user procedures, then you import it coming from users, then you can just edit it like that, and you can save. Now what to come here and just copy all of this, then change this one here to users. Okay, then here to users, then we query, then users, then here maybe you can say random, something like that. And you can say random. Okay, so now here we have users. Now we have an error somewhere, so you can open your terminal, then head over inside problem, then you can see where the user is, so probably undefined, so you can add a question mark. Then you can see we have an error, something. So basically these parts here basically is because type undefined is not assignable to type any, basically. So then we can say something like that. So okay, let's see on my case how I fixed it. Basically, on my end I did not have any problem. So basically on my end I didn't have this issue, so maybe Basically tRPC usually returns something undefined, so this part here is the one that is giving me issues. So for now, just type at ts signal, so that is going to work for us now. But later on, basically we just I'll see if I can be able to fix that. So let it reload, then we can try. So it is so basically let's see what the issue is. You can see for the user, basically I already have the user. Then for the tags, I only have one tag, that is the home with a count of 3, so that is perfect actually. So that means, yeah, so basically you can see it is there. And then here, since we don't have anything, you can head over inside autocomplete, then you can say so it's greater than 0, basically. Sorry, basically you can just show the user followers. But at the moment, remember, now we have the followers, so sorry, we should be showing dot length. Okay, so now we'll be showing something like that. And then here you can see hashtag, so then here you can remove hashtag. I don't know, basically here I have problem. Yeah, you can see here I have a problem. So basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to head over inside utils, then here I'm going to dot slice the first one. Okay, then I'm going to save. That one should remove the first that is the first item. Now you can see the way it is. So now when you come back here, now you can add the hashtag. Yeah, so yeah, now you can see, so great. So you can see that everything is working as we expect. Yeah, so even the dynamic users, now we can be able to use them as tag, as user, as mentions, and also you can be able to use tags. So let's meet on the next one. So let's continue. Now we are going to work on the right sidebar. So you can see it right here. So then you can click that is Control P, then you can just type right sidebar like that. Then we get started by actually copying everything that we need, that is the imports. There they are. And then there are a few functions that we basically need. So head over to create, and that just copy all of these, yeah, then paste them there. Then we need the tRPC and the user ID. Okay, so I just copy them because they are really simple. So here they are. So basically here we have tRPC, okay, that is use tRPC coming from client, that is tRPC client, and then the user ID coming from being destructured from user auth. Okay, the next thing that we are going to work on is the that is the followers and the following. So to do that, basically you can head over basically inside that is inside users, inside the router. Okay, so you can see where I'm at, that is tRPC, then inside tRPC router, then users. Okay, so just let it load. Then after that, so you can see it is done. So in here we are going to implement a procedure so that we can use that procedure to basically follow and unfollow. So I'm going to copy what basically we expected to pass and the functions. So it is going to be follow because that is unfollow and following. So here it is. So you can move it right there. Okay, so then it is a protected procedure. Then we expected to pass followers being an array of type string, and then the user ID being of type string. And then here we can just close this. Yeah. Then the first thing that we need is the user ID. So you get it from here. And then if you don't have the user ID, we need to return a tRPC error that is unauthorized. Okay, then we need to get the existing user, or basically let's say you can say const can say follow user, something like that. So this is the user that basically we are receiving the ID. Okay, the user we are receiving his ID. So then we can say await, then we say Prisma, not update but find unique. Then inside here we need to pass a where clause. Okay, this where clause basically you need to make sure that you are checking for the user ID instead of ID, and then pass in the compare it with the input.user ID. Okay, yeah. So after that we are going to say const. So now we are going to update this user. Okay, so we can say updated follower, we can say updated user, basically that is okay. Then you can say await, then we can basically close this. Like that. Then here we can basically just do followers, but not that, but we can do input, that is input.followers. Okay, So with that we have updated the user, and then here you can see we are comparing between the input, that is the user ID, and the input.user ID. Okay, and then with that we just update the that is the followers, with these followers that we are receiving from here. Okay, and then after that we are going to update the current user. Basically, since remember we have an array for the following, so basically we understand which are the users the current user is following. Okay, so here we can basically do an await, then we can do Prisma, then we can do all of that. Then here we can update this following solely. Then we can close it. Then here we can make that. Okay, so sorry about this. Then here you can return the updated user. Okay, so sorry, my mouse is basically misbehaving. So then so let's continue. So basically here now we can update the following. So basically you are just going to write another function here, simple one, whereby you can say const, then you can say following, then you can say equals to, then you can say existing, or basically we can just actually remove this part here, and basically you can also remove this part here. I think we'll do without it, because basically because here we just need basically just need this. Okay, so then here we can do dot dot, then we can say basically just spreading the basically sorry about that. So basically here I'm confusing between these two things. So maybe make this current user just like that, because we need to get the the current followings. Okay, the current followings array. Then we need to actually be passing the user ID here. Okay, and then after that, now we can write the function that I was talking about here, whereby you can say following being current user, then dot following, or an empty array. Okay, then now we just spread that following here. Okay, and we do comma, then we pass in the user that is the input.user ID. Okay, so yeah, just like that. Okay, so here I had made a mistake of basically using basically this ID here. Okay, which was basically wrong. Yeah, but because I didn't have a large data to test with, basically I had made that mistake. So now you can implement the function here. So to implement the function, since we have already done this, so I'm going to copy the first instance of the function. Yeah, so basically here follow the same thing that we called it, that is tRPC.user.follow.immutation options. Then here we check for an error. If there is an error, basically we just show the error and then console log it, and then there is the function. Okay, so here there is the function. You can say const can say const follow function. Okay, so basically it is accepting the user, and also basically we can also accept the is following. Okay, is following being a boolean. Okay, just like that. And then inside here, the first thing that we do is check if it is following, sorry, or check if the user is following, sorry, that is following. Okay, then is when you are going to do the following. Then you are going to remove that user. Okay, so for the followers, basically we are going to filter. Okay, we are going to do user, so this user here that we are passing. Okay, then we do dot followers dot filter, then we get the individual follower, then that follower basically we remove that follower. Okay, and then basically we pass that user ID. Okay, yeah, and then we have an else basically else now we basically just follow. Okay, yeah, basically just follow. That means we just spread the user ID, sorry, that is the user.followers, and then we add the current user ID. Okay, and then we pass the that is the user dot that is the user dot user ID. Okay, that is this user here that we are accepting for this function. Okay, yeah, so now we can work on the design as well now as we continue rendering a few things. So here we can say class name, then we can say padding of 6, then h full, then we can also do overflow y auto. Then inside here we can do the first thing basically being the trends. Okay, trends being the hashtags. Okay, so we do a div, then we give the div the following class name, which being a bg of gray 900 with an opacity of half, that is 50. And then we give it a border, then we give it a border of gray 800. Okay, and then rounded to excel, and then padding of 4, and then last 3 margin bottom of 6. And then now inside here we do a h3 in the following class name, that is tx lg font bold, then text white, then margin bottom of 4. Then you can do trends, that is 4. For you. And then after that is when we are going to have the div to render the trends. You can do class name, then we can do flex call, then you can do gap of 4. Okay, and then inside here the first thing basically we just check if you have the trends. So if you don't have the trends, that is tags.trend equals to 0, then you basically just show this no tags found. Okay, then maybe you can just give it some font like this ones here. And do class name, and you can do text, maybe red of 400. Then you can just save. So you can reload if you have an issue. And then now we can render. So here it is. So you can see initially it is a no tags found. Basically it hasn't loaded anything. Okay, and also here basically we should be showing something if you don't have the user, but we'll see that later on if you can fix that one. So here we can do tag, then we can so here just let it be tags, tag individual tag like that. Then you can close it and then close it like that. So basically here I'm missing one. Then inside here I'm going to have link, a link tag. Then here I'm going to have href. Okay, that is href of dynamic being forward stroke explore. That is explore question mark tag. Okay, then is equals to and $sign, then an object, then we say tag dot tag. Okay, then dot substring of 1. We basically move the first item. And then we do key, that is key we can do tag. Basically they won't be repeating themselves, but counts can repeat themselves. Then lastly we do class name, that is flex, justify between, and then we say item center, and then group, that is group, we want to use group like that. Then basically you can remove cursor pointer because this is a link, it is always going to have cursor pointer. Yeah, then here we can do a simple div. So since it is a simple div, let me just copy it. So here we are basically just rendering the tag and the count. Okay, so you can save, and then after that basically we are just having just for design purposes something here, not there, just after the div. So you can see how it looks like. And then you can basically you can click and head over to the explore page, and then you can see basically it have already been one substring have already been removed. So basically you can change it back to tag like that. So basically we have removed it inside our function. Basically this function, we have already done that. So after all of that, that is after this, we are going to show just for design purposes, that is show more. Okay, just like that. And then we can basically do it a little bit something like, then we can say tags dot length greater than maybe something like 8 is when basically you want to show this tag. Okay, and then now it will disappear. Okay, so now the next one being for the user. Okay, so since we have seen how we basically have done that, so basically I'm going to copy the first instances, that is after the button. Okay, then the div, then inside here we are going to have the closing div. There it is. And then here you can see basically we are just repeating what we have here. Okay, yeah, so that's why I'm copying. And then the next thing basically we just have the same thing. Then here now we can just close it. Just like that. And then now inside here, basically the first thing that we show basically being to check if we have anything. And then you can, basically you can just copy the same stylings to be consistent. Just like that. And then so see here we need a viewed user, so you can have something like view user or view users. Let's do view users. So that can happen just after this, or basically let's do it after this. Okay, so then we can say const view users. So basically which I want to filter. So here basically it is slicing the first 4, so you can slice maybe something like the first 8, something like that. And then you can basically you can also repeat the same thing here. Okay, that is dot. Basically you can copy this one here also, so to be consistent. Yeah, something like that. So basically it will return the first 8. Okay, then here it will also return the first 8 users. Okay, then now we can render. So then here basically let's return something fast. Basically we return the div. View users. So then here let's have the function that is following, being equals to user dot followers dot sum. Okay, then we get the individual follower, then we check if it is equal to the user ID. Okay, and then basically it will just return a boolean. Okay, yeah, that is the one that will be passing to the function. Then here we can have the key. The key you can be the user dot ID. Then it can be the class name, being flex item center justify between. Then inside here can show a div being of class name flex, item center, gap of 3. Okay, then inside here we can have img. Then for the source we can do user dot avatar URL. Okay, then here for the class name we can do basically size of 10, and then you can do rounded full. Then after that we can do basically, that is after this div, just after the image we'll have a div. Basically since we just rendering some simple things, so basically just copy it, that being the user that is the name, and the username after that. Okay, then now after these two divs, that is after the p tag, then the first div, then the second div is whereby we are going to have the function. So I just want to copy the button. Okay, so here if you have the user ID is when you are going to show this button to follow or unfollow. Okay, so here then we are passing the user. Okay, so here you can see the user, which is a bit different with what basically we are actually accepting there. So here you can see the user that we are accepting. So what you can do, you can come here and hover on this one user here, then copy all of these up to this point first. Okay, then you can remove this one here. Okay, then we are going to have the following. So actually basically now it is TypeScript is loading down here. Actually don't have the error anymore, I don't know, but basically that is the user that we should be passing there. I think I omitted some things here on the, that is on the other part. So since here I have I only have one user, that is why we find no users found. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to log out. So I'm going to log out and then sign in with another account, and then we can try this. So let's continue. So basically I have created another account, as you can see here, with another username. So basically I also forgot to do something else here. So basically here, since we want to see whenever the user click this button, this changes to follow all, and that is unfollow all follow. So we need to basically re-render. Yeah, so basically you can come here and say comma an object, then you can say refetch interval, then you can say something like that. Then you can also copy it, then add it here. Okay, so then you can just save. You can also so let me close these ones here. Then you can also head over to users. So here I'm actually getting an error of, I actually don't know why. Getting an error of, so basically I don't know what is going on here. actually so let's continue for now. But basically I don't know what, I think my TypeScript is failing, but here is whereby I want to fix things. So basically I want to have something like, so basically I can remove all of this. I want to have something like input. Basically first let me accept another thing here, whereby being option, whereby it's going to be z dot string, that is string being an object like that. And then I should be also be passing it here. So you can see my TypeScript is somehow failing, but basically here because here we are already following, we are basically here we are going to say unfollow, something like that. Then here you're going to say option, then here we're going to say something like following, okay. Then that is the one that we are going to use here, whereby this one here, okay, we are going to come here and say input dot option, okay, is equals to following, okay, then question mark, then an object, an array, then we actually spread, that is spread following, okay, comma, then we do update, then we do user ID. Actually we do input dot user ID, okay, then else we do following. So this is because I don't want to basically be doing this even when I am following or unfollowing. So basically I'm going to save on that. Then here you can see the errors have disappeared. Basically it was a TypeScript issue. So yeah, so now we can test all of this. So you can reload. So basically I don't know if it is when my Wi-Fi or something is happening, but basically sometimes I'm getting some a bit of a delay, but basically you should make sure that you are basically everything is up to date. Yeah, then just give it a moment. So it have finished refreshing, but basically I have also changed something here. So basically make sure that your disabled is pending, okay, yeah. And then also this part here I have changed it to this way, just filtering and then removing basically removing this ID, basically the same thing we are doing here. That is because at some moments this that is this part here, it is the same as this part here. Sometimes it's not basically updated. Basically when you are doing follow, you are doing something like follow quickly and unfollow, basically you will see that the state or the cache basically sometimes is not updated. So that's why we are doing this instead of what we are doing earlier on. Yeah, so then after that you can check your DB, then you can see this part here and this part here will be populated. So can refresh. So they will be populated with the user IDs. So here it is, user IDs of the two accounts. Okay, and then you can just also unfollow the same way. Okay, so since it is not in production, it will be taking a moment to do that. So, but then you can see it is really actually it is actually working. So but also you can update this one here to even less refresh intervals. But basically when you can see it is disabled for that time, that means basically it is actually working on this function here. Okay, or basically this function here. Okay, so it is not about refetch. Okay, it is about this function here. So when you will compare this one here with the like, and you will see which one is the best. So great. So since now we have unfollowed, you can basically refresh, and you will see basically these parts here will disappear, will be cleared. So great. So let me hit on the next one. So let's continue. Now we are going to work on the home page. So to work on the home page, basically you just need to head over to the root, then inside home, then here inside page. Okay, so here we have already done a lot of simple things. So we just need to change this one here. We just need to change. So when you hit control space bar, you should see the options, okay, of whatever you want to basically to get from fields, that being the or the query all. Okay, just like that. And then here we have the boundary, okay, whereby you can just say error on feed component, or you can just say something like that. And then now we are going to create another folder, but first we just need to remove this, and then here we just need to change this one here to basically here we just need to pass that is to pass the post, being just something like that. Then we need to refetch, okay, being refetch interval of something like on the 100 milliseconds. Okay, so something like that. And then also we need to do the same thing to the user. So you can duplicate this one here like that, and then you can remove all of this, and then here you can say you can hit control space bar, then you can get the users, that is users dot, then we get the that is the query all. Okay, and then you can see something like that. So then now the next thing that we need to do, just need to head over inside our component. Then here we just need to create a home folder. Then inside here we just need to create a file, namely feeds, or like you can just say feeds.tsx. then you can do rafce, okay, and then something like that. So then you can save, like that. Then you can basically just import it here, then you can just say feeds, So check for the feeds, so wait for it to actually auto import. There it is. And then here maybe hit control space bar. Let's see. So here I chose random. Then here you can remove the unnecessary imports. So something like that. So basically now you can just save. This one here is going to disappear because you have changed that. So now inside our feeds, now we just need to fetch all of that. So I'm just going to copy the imports first. Then we are going to also to convert the component to a client component. Okay, so here are the imports. So yeah, so wait for it to finish. And then after that we are going to fetch. So since we have already done this a few times, basically just let it copy what we are doing here. So here being random, okay, and then we'll get started by actually the users that will be seeing on top here. So to do that, we can say div, okay, div, then we can give the following class name, being px of 4, then py of 4. Then inside here we can get another div, then you can give it the following class name, okay, so that being flex, then space of x, that is x4, and then overflow x auto, and then pb of 3, and then negative mx4, and then px4, and then scroll, that is scroll bar height, okay. Then inside here we are going to map over the users. So here we have the users, then you're going to do dot map, then here we get the user, then here we just get the users. So we are creating another file inside, that is inside home. So inside home here, then we can do .tsx, then we can do rafce, so here we are going to accept the user. Here we are going to accept the user being of type user. So let me just copy the types. So basically I think I passed the type being the user, so I will see if I made any mistakes. So import the user, the user not coming from Clerk but coming from our types, so there it is. Then you can just copy it and save it. So I don't think we have any errors. So here basically we have the error because we are not using that, we are using query all. Then here we are also using query all, Okay, so now we can actually now import the story. Then also we pass the user being the user, and then also we have the key being the user dot id. Okay, so you just need to make sure that this is what you have here. For example, that is for the users, and then this one here is for the posts. Okay, so then you can save. So also there is this part here that you can see. Basically I'm getting an error because basically I'm not passing the right item. So basically what you can do, you can come here. So you saw that I just hovered on this user. Okay, this user, just copied this part, all this one here. Okay, then you just copy this part right there. Okay, and then just pass the types. Okay, just like that. Then here you can see we have two because we have two users. Okay, so here basically this part here we don't have yet. So, and also this part here we don't have yet, but I would like us to create that is for the for this part here. We can actually create it when we are actually rendering the post, but for now can just have it that way. So here we are going to have everything inside a link. So import a link from Next, then you need to have href like that, and then you need to make sure it is dynamic. Then you say /profile /, then $, then here you will say user name. Okay, and then here you can remove all of this, and then inside here but first, before we do that, you can have the some class name here, whereby you can do flex call like that. Then you can do item center, and then space y1, and then flex shrink 0. Okay, and then after that you can have a div, and then this div can have the following class name, being a bg gradient, that is 2 to top right, so this one here, and then from, you give it the color purple, that is from, give it the color purple 500. Okay, and then 2, you give it pink, that is pink 500, and then also you give it a padding of 0.5, that is padding of 0.5, and then rounded full, and then inside here you have another div giving it the following class name. Okay, that being bg black, and then padding 0.5 and then rounded full. And then inside here we are going to render img, so dynamic one being the user dot, that is dot avatar URL. Then here you can make it also dynamic. Then here you can say user dot username, like that. Then you can have the following class name. Here you can give it size of 16 and then rounded full. Okay, and then after these two divs you're going to have a p tag giving it the following class name. Okay, that being text XS, that is extra small, then text gray 300, and then you can say truncate, that is truncate, like that, and then width of 16, and then you can say text center. Then inside here you can render the username, and not the username, but yeah, that is the name of the user. Then you can say dot name, then you can save. Then here you can remove the unused, so you can see what you have, and then you can see if it is a bit have more width, basically we truncate. Okay, and then you can hover and then you'll be directed to the user profiles page. So great. So on the next part we are going to focus on the feed. So let me sorry, that is on the postcard, so let me on that part of the video. So let's continue. So now we can work on the feed, so that will happen just after these two divs. So you can actually have comment, then you can say posts, and then here you can have users. Okay, then here you're going to have everything inside a div. Then this div you can give the following class name. Okay, that being px or 4. Then inside here is we are going to have all of that, but first you need to check if we have the posts. So you can say posts dot length, that is dot length. Okay, that is if it is equal to 0, then basically is when we want to render a component that we are going to create right now. Inside components you can create a global component, sorry, that is a global folder, that is global. Then inside here you can say no items.tsx, then you can do rafce, or basically let me just copy what is here because it's just an image. So basically you can see we are just showing an image, so I hope we have it here. So no image, so then you can save, then we can just render the component. You can say no, that is no items. Okay, so you can say here something like not equal to 0, and then basically you will see it here. So yeah, so now after this, now we are going to have the postcard. So it is also going to happen inside global. So we are going to have another file where you can say postcard.tsx. Okay, then you can actually have it this way. then you can save. So basically it is going to accept that is the prop, that is some props. Basically, let me just copy the prop that is going to accept. Yeah, and then I just need to copy the imports. Okay, so something like that. So here you are going to accept posts, which includes that is likes and the user. Then you can save. Then you can come here and then we can map. Okay, that being you can say posts dot map, like that. Then you can get the individual posts. Then you can like that. Then you can just say you want to get the to just show the postcard, then import it. Okay, then here you say the key. It is important that you pass the key so that you don't get any errors, that being the post.id. Then we just need also to return the to pass the post. So when you hit Ctrl spacebar, you will see that you need to pass the posts. Okay, that being the posts. Okay, so also here for the user, basically I forgot that we should have basically done something that we did inside right sidebar, something which we did here, whereby we remove the current user. So basically I want to show these users, basically removing myself. Okay, therefore we need to get to actually have this user ID, whereby you can say const, then this structure, then you can say use user coming from Clerk. So import it, then you can just remove this part here, then these two, and then also this one here. So here you can see we are getting an error. So also I forgot to destructure the user. So here we should be saying user dot id. Okay, so after that, so here is the user. Sorry, so here you can say Clerk user, and then here you can just pass it like that. So to differentiate between this user and this Clerk user. Okay, and then we just get the user ID. Okay, so here we are getting an error. So to see, you can say like the declared here. Okay, saying so basically we are missing something. So so here is the like. So let me see if this one here is going to So basically we also need to install that is the relation, the React moment. So you can do burn add React moment. Okay, then here so here let's do likes coming from that is Prisma. So let's see, I would like to do post coming from Prisma. Okay, so here it is. And then also here I would like to do user coming also from Prisma. So here that is users, and then also these posts actually being the feeds. I think I used feeds. Okay, let me see. Basically it is posts, just like that. So this one here is done, so we don't have any errors here. So we are still getting the error. So basically let's see if it is going to disappear, because sometimes basically TypeScript usually takes a little bit time before it loads. But basically here you can see we are showing only one, and so that we have fixed, and then here we have 3 posts. Okay, so great. So now we are going to work on the design. Then we can actually worry about the other things. So it's going to happen inside a React.js fragment. Okay, and then we are going to get started by having a div. Then giving the div the following class name, that being so let me just copy the class name. Basically it is a little bit wrong. So basically the BG and the border and the border color, and then the rounded of 3XL, margin bottom of 6, that is shadow LG. Then we give the shadow color with our black, opacity 20, then overflow hidden. Okay, then inside here is whereby we are going to start from the top, whereby we are going to have to show a div. Okay, then we are going to say class name. Then we can do p4. Then we can do flex. Then we can do item center. Then after that we can do justify between. And then inside here we're going to have another div. Then we're going to have the following class name, whereby it is going to be flex item center. Then after that you're going to have gap of 3. And then you're going to start by having that is the image. So I'm going just to paste the image here, the image whereby you are just showing the avatar, then an alt of username, then a size of 12, then width full, border of 2, then we give it the border the color of purple 500. Then on click we can redirect to the user. Okay, so we don't have the router, whereby you can say const router equals to use router. Okay, so you can save and see how it will going to look like. And then so now you can see what we have right there. So if you want, you can just minimize it that way, and then we can have it that way. So so after this image, we are going to have another div, whereby you are going to give it the following. Actually, we are going to give it an on click. Basically, we can just copy this one here, then maybe you can give it the following class name, just one, that is cursor pointer. Okay, because we have an on click. Then inside here we are going to have a div, then give it the following class name. Okay, that being flex gap of 2. Then we are going to do item center. Then inside here we are going to have a p tag. Okay, and then we are going to say font or bold, then text base, and then inside here I'm going to show posts dot user dot name. Okay, and then you can just duplicate this one here. Then we are going to show user name. Okay, and then for this one here, it is going to be SM, and then we are going to give it text gray 400. Okay, then after that, just so you can see how it looks like. Okay, then here you can have an @ sign. So now that is after this p tag, then the div, then we are going to show a moment, that is that being from now. Okay, so you can see it is there. And then after that we are going to have the following class name, that being text, that is XS, that is extra small, text gray 400. Then inside here we are going to say posts dot created at. Okay, then you can save. So now after that div, so basically after these two divs, okay, that is after moment, then the two divs we are going to show, basically this one here is just for design purposes, to make it look good. Okay, something like that. Okay, now the next thing we are going to do, we are going to show the image. Basically, if you have the image, so that is going to happen just after this div here, whereby you are going to have a div. Okay, then you can say class name, whereby it's going to be px of 4, and then py of 2. Then inside here you can say if posts dot image URL, then that is when we are going to show a link. Okay, then here we are going to have href, that being a dynamic one, that being forward post, forward string, like that, then $sign, then we can say post.id. then inside here we can show the image. So let me copy the image just like that. Okay, so can duplicate this one here, then you can say if you have the image, that is the video URL, like that, then basically you're not going to have that is a link, basically because you clicked play. Then here I would like to show the video. Okay, that is the video tag. And then here you can hit Control spacebar, basically. Okay, so here we need the source, that being post dot video URL. Okay, then you can save. So I don't know if we have I think we have images, but we don't have videos. Okay, so you can see the way it looks like. Okay, yeah, great. So now the next thing we are going to show is the caption. So to show the caption, first we need a function, because remember we have the hashtag and the @sign, or that is the mention. So that is going to happen, it can happen just right here, but basically inside here. Navbar is going to say render caption. Okay, whereby we are accepting content, or just say text. Okay, it is of type string. Let's say because we are accepting text, let's do text. Then now inside here, first of all, we are going to do something that we did earlier on, initialize two things, that is the regex, that is, and then the paths. Okay, and then after that we are going to return paths dot map. Okay, and then you are going to get the path, then also you're going to get the index, then you're going to return something. But first, basically just let us return, and then inside here we're going to show a div. Okay, but first here we need to do if we have path dot match, then we pass that is regex. That is when basically we are going to return this. Okay, so then you can say const is mention is equals to, that is path dot start with, then you can have a string, then you can say at, that is mention, then you can say const try equals to use. So instead of repeating this one here, you can actually drag this to the bottom, or you can just cut it then you can just use it here. Okay, then instead of repeating router right there, we can do something else. Then you can say link is equals to is mention. If is mention is true, then you are going to say dynamic, else you are going to say also dynamic. So let's start with this one here, being the forward stroke profile, forward stroke, that is $. Then you can say part dot substring, then you can remove the first thing. Yeah, then here you can say forward stroke explore, for instead of forward stroke, that is question mark and then tag equals to, then you can do $. Then you can say part dot substring, that is substring, then you can remove the first item. Okay, so here the first thing you can have is the key, being the index. Then after that you can say on click, okay, then you can say router dot push, then you can say link. So I think link is of type string. Yeah, and then also you can say class name, then you can say text purple 400, then you can say on hover, then you want to say underline, then cursor pointer, then what you are going to render here is the part. Okay, so remember, after all of that, that is after this if statement here, you need to return part. Okay, just like that. And then now we can use this caption. You can use this caption just after that, basically just after this. You can have a div, you can have class name, whereby we have text of XM, then you can say break, that is break words, then you can say margin bottom of 3, then flex, then gap of 2. Then you are going to render the caption, then you are going to pass the post. Then you can save. Okay, so you can see. Okay, and also here you can say margin, that is why that is bottom and top. Okay, so here something like that. So you can see even on these two, you can see the way it looks like. Okay, great. So now we are going to have the buttons. So that is going to happen just after this div. We're going to have a div giving the following class name, being flex, then item center. After item center, we are going to have gap of 5, and then margin bottom of 3. Here you can do 2, then you can do y. Actually, let's do bottom because we already have this one here. So let's do bottom. So and then let's be consistent, let's do 3. So I'm going to show a few buttons. So I'm going to have the first one here being for the heart. Navbar is going to say heart, that is heart icon. Then I'm going to copy the class that is going to have, but at the moment we don't have the boolean because we don't have this is liked, so you can say something like true, okay, because it is actually expecting a boolean. And then after that we are going to show a span of the count. So you can do 1, and here we can do class name, then here we can say text sm, and then we can do text grade 300, okay. Then you can save and see how it is going to look like. And then after this we are going to show another button, so you can see the way it is. So actually, and then make sure you change this one here to size. Then I see I need to do flex and gap of 2. So okay, interesting. Sorry, so sorry about this. So basically here I forgot, actually I should be having the classes on the that is the classes on the that is on the button, that being flex item center, and then after that we do gap of 2, and then group, then after that we do cursor pointer, okay. And then here we'll have an on click, whereby you can say handle like so. Let's create the function really fast. So you can say const handle like, then like that, then you can have just a simple function like that. So here, this one here I will actually create a use state, because this one here will be just opening the modal. So I will come here and say const object, that is square bracket, then you say open, then I say set open, then you say equals to use set, then initially it is false, like that, okay. Then since we are showing something, so let's first work on this. So I'll just copy the two important things like that. So we'll just be opening it, then I just copy the button and that is reply count. So reply count, basically we don't have it for now, so let's do 1, okay. And then you can see the icon and the colors and all of that. So you can save. So Now I just want to show the last thing, being the other button, which won't have any functionality, so I'll just paste it here and I'm going to save. Then now I'm going to show the component that is the modals. It is the modal whereby we pass open, and then also we pass the function set open, and then we pass the ID, then we just save. So you can see the way now it looks like. Okay, so great. So now you can try to open this one here, and then you can say hashtag home, then replying to that, then you can choose one. So basically choose this one here. Also you should remove yourself from that part. So basically I have shown you how to do that. You can do that, then you can just click post. So with that, you have post created successfully. That means you have actually commented on that. So we'll see in a bit. So here you can see also here we are rendering even the one that actually is a reply. So to do that, I think we should have fixed it. We should have fixed this one here. So that is feed, and then this one here. So we should be having a where cross. So let me just copy the where cross. Basically it is just a really simple where cross. Or basically let me just write it, whereby you can say, okay, here I'm missing a comma, then here you can hit Control spacebar, then you can say reply ID is equals to an empty string. Okay, that means basically that we are getting the posts, basically the ones that are not replies. Okay, so when you save, basically after it renders, basically this one here is going to disappear. Okay, so and you can see now it is not there. So great. So on the next part we are going to fix this, and then we are going to work on the like button. So let's continue. So basically for the that is for the error that I was getting right here. That was because of the user types. So when it is like that, I will get the error right here. Okay, so let's know it is not coming. Yeah, there it is. So but here you can see user is not that is types of property user are incompatible. So that means basically I removed this part here from basically from the schema. So basically that means it is like this now. And then here you can see here basically here I am we should be getting that is date, but basically when you hover on something like this one here, you will see that created at is of actually has a string, and sometimes basically when you get the types from Prisma, basically it is date, so it won't work. Okay, so now to fix this error, basically just come over here. Okay, and then you just get all the types the right way, like that, and then just replace everything here. okay, and that will fix the issue. Okay, so now I just want us to handle like, so I'm going to minimize this. So to handle like, we need to head over inside that is inside tRPC, then router, then inside here we are going to create that is likes, or you can say likes procedure .ts. okay, so basically since we have already done this, so basically I just paste all of them here. So let me just explain them. So here we use query as we have been doing to query the likes, and then we include the user and the posts. Okay, yeah, and then here to like, we just do this. So basically that means we pass the post ID, and then here we get the user ID from CTX, that is from tRPC, and then we create, okay, based on that we pass the user ID and the post ID. So you can hover and see what you should be passing to the data, that being so basically here you can hover here and see what you should be passing. So okay, it is not there. So but basically, yeah, if you don't get any errors, you are okay. And then to dislike, this means this is to like you create, okay, and then to dislike, basically you just delete. Okay, that means you pass the like posts, sorry, that is the liked ID, and then you just delete it. Okay, so to like, basically you create, and then to dislike, you just delete. So okay, then you can just save. Then don't forget to head over inside app, then here you can say like, that is likes. Okay, then you can say likes procedure, then hit Control space bar and then auto import it. Okay, what did I call it here? I called it like procedure, oh sorry, like router. Then just import it. So there it is. Like that. So so great. So now I'm going to close this and also this one here, basically. Okay. Then we can come here and initialize tRPC, whereby you can say const tRPC is equals to, that is use tRPC, then we just execute it. So basically this one here. Okay, so perfect. So the next thing that we need, basically we just need to fetch the replies. So just fetch, just have it here. So here we fetch it. Okay, so basically we repeat the same process. We fetch all the replies. Okay, that is, this one here is for the comments. Okay, we fetch all the replies so that we can get the replies count. Okay, which is really simple. Here it is. Okay, and actually this replies here, basically you can hit Control Spacebar. So basically I don't have it, so let's work on it. So basically we are going to head over inside feeds. So here I'm going to paste what we are going to do. So we are going to accept image ID. That is ID. That is the ID of the post. So basically here you can see we are actually passing the ID. Okay, and then after that we just find many, and then we have aware crowds. Okay, so you can remove this one here, we are not working with it. And then the reply ID, we just use the ops.input.id. okay, and then we include user, basically we include user and likes. I think we are going to reuse it later on. Okay, then you can hit Control Spacebar, and then you can see if it is there. So just give it a moment, and there it is. Okay, then now reply count, that is for the comment. So here you can actually just show that is reply count. Okay, then you can just save. With that you will be able to see the reply count. For some cases you will see it is 0, and we will have only 1, I think so. So as it saves, now we need to check if the user have liked. So okay, to do that we can actually come here. So we are getting an error, so let me just check here. Okay, yeah, so here I have an issue. So basically here I changed the name to relations, so like that should fix that. So basically it is the same, it is just the name. Basically it is no big issue, but basically if you change the name, make sure you change the name everywhere. So sorry about that. And then now you are going to check if the user have liked. So then you are going to say cons, checking if the user have liked the current post. So go say liked, then you're going to say equals to, and then you're going to say post dot, then hit Control Spacebar, and then here you can say like relation dot find, and then we get the individual like, then we say like dot posts ID, okay, is equal to post dot ID. Okay, and then you also make sure also as we compare the post ID is the same, then we also make sure that like dot user ID is equal to the current user. So with that, now we also need to get the user, so you can say user, so use user coming from Clerk. Then here you can destructure the user, and then here you can just say user dot ID. Okay. So basically, sometimes TypeScript actually takes a little bit of time, but it is okay. So now we know if the user have liked. So like this. So now it will return the like. Okay. So I think, I don't know if maybe we can use some which will return a boolean. Yeah. Okay. So we can use that. Now can come here and say if is liked, then we are going to delete, else we are going to create. Okay. Yeah. So we are going to create like mutation, to like mutation here like that. So we're going to create two like mutation, that is like and dislike, that being consts. So here you can see we don't have the error anymore. So maybe you can refresh. So first here we are going to create the mutation, that is like mutation being equal to use mutation okay. And then inside here we're going to pass tRPC dot, that is dot like, that is dot likes dot like dot mutation options. Okay, like that. So and then I'm going to copy the error that is on success, and then the error on error, just like that. Okay, and then now we are going to duplicate it. Going to duplicate it, and then this one here is going to this, that is dislike. Okay, then here you can find this dislike. So that is inside like, so you have like, and then you have dislike. Okay, so you can say this disliked successfully. So now the two expect two things. So basically here also I should have actually used find. So because we are going to use what we get here, that is the post ID that we get here, or the like ID that we get here. instead of repeating that and doing that once and trying to get the post that is the like ID. It is actually good that we use this one the same way, because here we just try to find try to see if we have such an object, basically, then we delete. Okay, so whereby we say this, that is this like mutation dot, that is dot mutate, then inside here it is expecting an ID, that being is liked dot ID. Okay, then here we say like mutation dot, that is dot mutate, then here we pass the post ID, then we do post dot ID. Okay, so now you can see now for the count, that is for the Libra count, you can see for the others are 0, and then for this one here you can see it is 1. And then also we can do we can copy the I can just copy the, that is the count for the, that is count for the like count, then you can just use it here. Just like that. So since here we are already getting the length, so that is a hydration issue, because we were showing an error and now we are showing some other things. So here we actually should be using like, that is like relation, and you can save. So now when it finishes saving, we can actually try to like, so now you can see this one have changed to 0. Okay, so great. So now let's try to also this one here, you can say is liked. Okay, and then save save. Okay, so now you can see now you have something different. Okay, because we haven't liked for any of these. So let's click this one here, and also we are going to disable it. So instead of writing all of that, let me just copy the disable, because it is going to be, that is mutation that is mutation for the like mutation, and then for dislike mutation, and then you can see now it is working. Okay, so now you can try to dislike. So after production is going to be a little bit faster, because you can see everything is running here. During development is a little bit slower. So now you can see everything is working. So you can try it on the other parts, and then you can see how it is going to work. So let's meet on the next one. So let's continue. So now we are going to work on the posts, post details. Click on it, on any posts. After clicking it, you are going to be redirected to the post page. So I'm going to close everything. Then I'm going to head over inside here, collapse everything. Then inside app, then inside route, then inside posts, then app ID, then page. So here is whereby we are going to have the post details. So the first thing you are going to do, we are going to generate metadata so that we can actually show, instead of showing XRebrand, we are going to show the posts, that is the posts, what you actually wrote on the text area. And to do that, let me do something first. Basically, import the following. So this is important. Even on the home page, home here is actually also needed, because when deploying using Vercel, basically it won't allow you to do that. Basically you will get an error, and to avoid any errors, you can actually add dynamic force dynamic. Okay, and then here we don't have this one here, so copy it and then come over inside components. Then you can create maybe, well, we already have posts, so you can have it here, that is .tsx, and you can do rafce. So let me just copy that is the props, that is being only the ID. Like that, then you can save. And then I believe that will fix that. Okay, so now we are going to work on the metadata. So that is going to happen just here. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is just export, that is export asynchronous function, like that. Then function, then you say generate metadata, like that, then like that. So actually so it should be like that. Then in here I am expected to accept two props, actually a prop, because we want to have params. Okay, so let's try this. So to get rid of the error, like that. So now we have the params. So basically you need to make sure also it is an await. And then after that you need to make sure this is also a promise. So you need to say promise, and then it is of type meta, that is metadata. Okay, so I believe we have it somewhere here coming from Next. Okay, so right now we don't have anything, that is why we are getting an error. We should be returning something. Okay, so first thing, we get the ID, which is going to be we get it by awaiting params. Okay, then now you hit Ctrl space bar, you're going to get the ID here. Okay, and then after that we need to get the posts. So it's going to be await, then we are going to say Prisma dot posts dot find. So here we're going to find unique, then we are going to use the where cross, then you are going to pass the ID like that, then a comma, then you are going to include user, then you just say true. Okay, then with that now we have the posts. So then if you don't have the posts, you can say if now posts, then we can just return an object. Then after that you can just now return what you expected to return, that is being an object. Then we say title, okay, that is the title being a dynamic string, okay, comma, then there is also description, yeah, being also a dynamic string. So you can see now the error have disappeared. Okay, so here you can have $, then you can say posts, so posts user dot name, okay, and then you can say $, then you can say posts dot posts, okay. Then here you can say posts, then you can say post, then $, and you can say post dot posts, then here you can say question mark, okay, then you can just save. Then here you can also copy these props here, you can reuse it here, okay, and also this one here, like that. So you are going to since we are repeating some of the things, so we are going to I'm going to copy a few things like query create, then the function, okay, then make sure you convert this one here into a synchronous function, like that, okay. So here we are querying one, so make sure when you head over inside feeds, then feed procedure, then we need to find one, okay, so we don't have it, so you can duplicate this one here, like that. It is a base procedure, then we expect the ID, okay, then we can change this one here to query one, like that. Then here we need to find unique, so basically you can just copy this one here, okay. So then here we need to get the ops dot, so it's going to be ID, whereby is going to be ops dot input dot ID, okay. So that means we now have the unique that is the unique posts. So come here now everything is perfect. So the next thing, you can head over to the home, and basically what you are rendering here is what you are going to render here, like that. And then here you can say priv, actually that is the post view, then it is expecting ID, that being the ID, okay. Now inside here, so let me close this one here, this one, so you need to make sure that the error disappears there before you close. And then now, so I also forgot to show you this part here. So you can see now we have this. So basically, instead of showing, we are actually showing yeah, it is okay. That is the name, okay, and then the posts, okay. So this is what we wrote on the posts, okay. So now I'm going to copy everything because yeah, it's a little bit simple. We have already done this. So, and then also I'm going to copy the imports. So here I have the imports, and then also we convert into a current component, and then we have the router, use tRPC, then we get the posts, that is the unique posts, query one. So you can just copy what is here, okay. So then we can close this and this, and then here are the lib price. So since you have already done this, so we can actually have it that way. So, and then if we don't have the post, basically we just want to return to the home page, okay. Yeah, so now the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to have a simple header. Basically I'm going just to copy the header. So here it is, okay, just a simple header, okay. Basically no functionalities. And then after that we are going to have a div. So we are going to have a div, then this div is going to have the following class name. So it is the same thing that we had on the home page, that is px4, and then margin bottom 4, just a little bit different, I guess. And then inside here you are going to pass to show the postcard. That is the post card, okay. Then it is expecting the posts. So basically the posts, there it is. So basically this post here, then so okay, so here it is, okay. So we just need to make sure that we have the same thing, which is okay. So here we have something like relation. So here so also it is expecting relation. So you can head over inside, that is inside feeds, and also include like, okay, just like that. So that it can be the same as what we were passing to the postcard earlier on, okay. Then after that we are going to show the lib price, okay. That is the lib price dot length first, if is equals to 0, then we show the component that not found, no items, okay. Then after that we are going to render the lib price. that is the reply. Also being also we are passing the same thing here. So you can hover and see what actually it is. So user and the reply. Okay, so you can check it like that. And then here we are going to have just going to have a h1, the price, and then all of that is going to be inside a simple div, whereby you give it the following class name, that being px of 4. Then you can pass this one here. So something like that. So wait for it to finish saving, and with that we can have the posts, that is the post page. So you can open your terminal and see if there are any errors. So but there are none. So you can see the way it is. So basically one reply here. Okay, so you can head back here, whereby you head back to the home page. Okay, so really great. So if you want, you can actually try to see how it looks like on the large devices, and you can see it also looks good. Okay, so you can select another one, and you will see how it is going to look like. So now results found. So it should be so this one here should be here. Okay, so here it should be something like that. So let me turn the next one. So let's work on the explore page. So basically you can just click any hashtag, so and then you will be redirected to the explore page. Okay, or basically you can just click this one here, and then you will be directed to the explore page. So first thing, we close everything, then head over inside that is inside app, root, then explore, of course. Yeah, so here first thing, we copy the imports, there they are. Then generate metadata, because this one here is really simple. I'll just copy it and then I'll show you. So basically we get the search params, so that is the search param that we get. So comment on this one, and then we just destructure the tag that we are passing. Then here we can say title being, if you have the tag, then we can say hashtag tag, then explore. So something, just because this one here is just what you want to say, and then you can just save. Okay, yeah. And then now the next thing, you can just copy this search param, just copy them here, and then now we're going to do what we have been doing. Therefore we get the text from the tag. Okay, and then we just fetch we just query everything from our so let me first have this not there but here. Okay, So here basically we get the feeds, and then the feeds. So basically get the feeds, query all. Okay, then we pass the posts as tests. Okay, and then I'm going to create this one here. So it can happen inside component, then you can create a new folder calling it explore. Then inside there you can create a file calling it posts.tsx, and you can do rafce. So here it will be expecting texts of type texts, sorry, that is of type string. Then you can save, then you can just import it here. Okay, so basically you can just uncomment this one here, and you can save. So inside here, the first thing is that you are going to have is a class name for this. That is space y04. Okay, and then I want to copy basically two, let's say 3 imports. So here I should be passing texts. So then here you have all those imports. Then also you need to make sure that it is a client component, because you are using use tRPC hook, that is use client. Okay, and then now we fetch all of that. So since we are repeating this, so I just paste it here. So then here we say all, then you can change this one here to something like 1. Okay, then the next thing, we filter based on the text. Okay, so not that one, but this one here. So basically filtered post, then we get all the posts. Okay, so this post here. Okay, then we get the individual post, then we do post.posts includes. Okay, then we pass the dynamic string of text, the one that we are receiving from the home page. Then the next thing, inside here we need to have the search. So I'm going to create search.tsx and do rafce to actually import all of that. So we remove the React import. Then also it is expecting the same props. So I don't want to use any hook, because this one here is a little bit easier, like that. And then we just render the search here. Okay, then we pass the prop texts. Okay, then the last thing we can do is actually do 2 things. check if we have the items. If we don't have the items, if it is equal to 0, we just render no items. Then you can also map the that is the posts. Okay, yeah, so you can just save. So I believe we will be getting one post out of this. Okay, so then inside search is whereby we are going to have the a few things. So since we have converted the other component to a use grant, we don't need to do that here. And then we need to use the form here. Okay, and then also we need to use the form here. And then also we need to have two hooks, that is the router and the use state. And also we need to have a function to handle search. Just like that. And then here you can say tag so that we can have, okay, here we can say tag, or we can just say value. Then here we can just use texts. Okay, like that. And then here we can have the following class name. So as I said, here we actually, okay, so it rendered everything. So we are going to see where the issue is later on. So here we're going to say relative. Then you're going to say margin bottom of 6. Then inside here we are going to render the following. So we are going to have these class names, so a lot of them, and then here the search, okay, and then here type text, okay, and then here is going to be value, then here is going to be set value, okay, and then lastly going to render the icon. Okay, so nothing complicated there, just some styling and then an on change here and the value, and also it is required. Okay, and then here you need to have on submit, then you can say handle search. Then inside here you can say e, that is event. We should be getting event from here, that being of type react dot form event. Okay, then here you can say prevent default, like that. Then you can say if you have value then you can do router.push. So if you want you can do replace if you want. Let's here let's do push, then forward stroke explore question mark track equals to dynamic string, then you can say value. So we open this one here like that, so you can see the way it is. So you can see all these posts here. This one here includes home, this one here also includes home, and also this one here includes home. So that's why basically we are just showing all of them. Then you can save, and then there is some styling that we don't have, so let's fix that. So when you head over to something like the other one that we were working on, that is page post ID here, then the view. So here it is, so just remove all of this. So here you saw that we have a header and then we gave it a padding. Okay, so we can give it a padding, but also, okay, let's do padding of 4, then you can save. So yeah, so I think that one is much better. Okay, let's do X. Okay, and then let's do 6. So yeah, that one is much better. So you can try something like create, then I hit enter. Just give it a moment. I believe it is going to show us only this one here. Okay, okay, that is because we are using hashtag here. So okay, so do something else. So okay, so okay, so okay, so so if we remove the hashtag, I believe it is going to work. So I believe it's going to work. So I am confused between I'm conflicted, not confused, but conflicted between leaving it as only that is only hashtag, but also I can pass an or here, whereby I can say maybe where it includes maybe the text itself, only the text itself. So basically that one is a little bit different. So but maybe for explore, maybe we can just work with the hashtag. I think that one is much better. Okay, so because we are working with the hashtag, let's leave it that way. Okay, so when it finishes saving, basically you are going to see that it is going to show you the one that I showed you. But basically now, since we are done with it, I just saved it. Basically I'm not going to wait for it to finish saving. So let's meet on the next one, whereby we are going to work on the profile, that is the user profile. Yeah, so let's meet on that part of the video. So let's continue. So now we are going to work on the profile page. So you can just click on the left sidebar, or just click any user, and then you will be directed to the profile page. So I'm going to close everything, and I'm going to head over inside app, then route, then profile, then inside username. So inside here we are going to get started by actually importing the following. Maybe for one, we don't have this component here, so just let's create it. and then you can create a folder here calling it profile. And then inside here you can create a file profile.tsx. Then you can run rafce. So like that. So it will just accept one thing as a prop, that is username. Okay, username, which is of type string. Then you can just save. Okay, then we are going to, it is the only thing that we are going to import. Okay, so you can just import it here. Okay, just like that. So here you can try to autocomplete it like that, and you will see that it is there. So, and then also we need metadata. So since we have already done this for the previous one, it is no need, there is no need to actually repeat it. Okay, so here you can see we are just doing the same thing we did with the post feed. Here that is post metadata. So here we get the params, so the same way we do here. Okay, like that. And then after that we destructure the param, and then we fetch the that is the user. And then after that, if no user, we return an object like that. And then here we return a description, that is we return a title being the name. Okay, that is the full name. And then here we can return, since we don't have the bio, you can return the name like that. And then, or we can just return profile of, or we can just let it be this way, profile of, and then something like that. Okay, and then here it is expecting username. So when you hit control space bar, you see it is expecting username of type string. So we just need to destructure that. So I just copy the whole thing, even the other things that we need, and being query client, and also the username here, and also we prefetch. Okay, we prefetch the that is the, so we prefetch the user. So you can see we don't have query one. So query one is basically this one here. Okay, so you can head over inside user. Okay, so inside user, so you can just actually just duplicate this, just like that. Then come here and say query one. Okay, then say it is a base procedure. Okay, just like that. And then after that you just paste this part here that we have just copied, and then here we are just returning the user. Okay, so here actually we also need the input, because we need to pass the username. So basically here we should be accepting the username of type string. Then we can just destructure the input here. Okay, then here we can say input dot username. Okay, okay, yeah, and also we need to define what are we passing it to. Okay, so you can see we are passing it to username, so like that. And then now here now you can come and hit control space bar, and then find query one. Here it is. Okay, so then now here we can pass username, just like that. So I don't expect to have another error here. Then now I can just save. Then inside here is whereby we are going to do a lot of links. So let me just copy everything that we need. That is basically the import. Okay, and then we are going to initialize two things, and also basically I should also copy the user, because let me just copy these to a few things here. Basically you can see basically we just copied the user ID coming from use auth, and that is tRPC, and we get the user. We have already done that before, and make sure also to pass the username and prefetch also. Okay, and then if you know user, basically we just want to you can return. So here you can say basically, actually let's use unique, because wait here. Okay, like that. So let here use unique also. So it is okay, and then here we can also say query unique. Okay, then here maybe you can use no item found. For example, you can if you want, you can say no item. So this one here. Okay, you can use it if you want. If no user is found, you can say no result found, like that. And then also when you head over, so here it is. So query unique. So basically I should not be getting any error. So you can see also here we don't have the error. So then you can head over inside right sidebar. Okay, there is this part to follow, this one here. So I want you to copy it. So okay, so also here, actually this one here can't help us that really. So what we are going to do, we are going to write our own a few things. So let's get started by actually having a function called consts. That is consts is following. It's basically the same one as that one, but basically a little bit different. You can say user dot followers dot sum, then you get the individual follower, then you say follower equal to username, user ID, sorry, like that. Okay, so that means you can see it will return a boolean. So sum usually returns a boolean. Okay, and then after that we need to create a function. So since we have done this a lot of time, I'll just copy the function here. There it is. So basically it is following, then tRPC.user.follow.mutation option. So when you head over here, you will remember that we have this follow function. So it is the same thing. And then now I can write a function to say follow, that is follow function being a function, and then inside here we'll check first if it is following, then this will follow. That basically will just follow. So I'm just going to copy the one here, that is to follow. So you can see it is the same thing, that is follow.mutation. Then we pass in the follower. So basically we remove the current user ID from the from this user. Okay, then we pass an option, that is unfollow. So basically when you come here, you'll see that we have an option here. So you pass an option and then user ID. Okay, then here there is an else here. So basically if it is to follow, then basically we do something else. Basically we add the user ID. Okay, so I have copied more than I should have. There it is. So basically we spread the current user, the current followers, then we add the user ID, then we pass the option following, and then here it is unfollow. Okay, so what we are doing. Okay, now we can work on the design. So first here we have the class name. So everything will be inside bg of black, as we have been doing everything. So it is not a must that you do that. And then inside here there is a simple div that we call the banner. So right there. So when you save, you will see the difference. So let me minimize this a little bit. That's like that. You see the difference. And then after that, so just give it a moment. Yes, so sorry about that. Okay, so what you can do, basically if you don't have the but basically if you want to protect this route, but for us we won't be protecting this route. So let's do this. So instead of using this one here, you can say use user, coming also from Clerk. So import it, then you can move this one here just like that. Then here have a comma, and then hit control space bar, and then you will see that you can also get username. Okay, so basically you are getting user, sorry. Then you can come here and say const user ID is equals to user dot ID, then const and then here you can say or. So here you can say username, or you can say user dot, hit control space bar, username, like that. Then you can save. Then you can come here and also do const so here. Okay, so we already have another user, so my TypeScript is not currently working well, so we already have this user also here. So here you can say is Clerk user, then here you can say Clerk user, then you can save. then here you can say const crack user equals to await current user coming from crack. Then here you can say username. Then maybe you can say if we have username, then you pass the username. Else, if you don't have the username, you can pass that is current user dot that is crack user dot username. So you can repeat this same thing to the other one, to this part here. Then you can save. So let's see if it is going to prefetch. So let's do this way. So to fix the error, basically you can wait for the AI to finish loading here, and then you can see how to solve that. So then here we can have a question mark. So we'll see how we'll solve that. So let's see here, if we refresh, if it is going to prefetch, because here we actually have the that is the user. So basically I really don't know why it is not actually displaying that, because you can see when it finishes loading, we'll see that I am already logged in. So basically I really don't know. You can see we already have the that is the param. But also that is it is also good to do that, what we have done, to make sure that you always have the you always have the username to pass to the to pass to tRPC. So as it loads, so basically let's continue. So after that we'll actually have a div. So that is after this div we'll have a div. Then this div will have the following class name, that is relative. That is relative px of 6 and then pb of 6 and then after that margin top of 40. Then after that we are going to have a div, then class name, whereby we are going to have equal to an empty string like that, and then we are going to say flex, that is flex, and then flex column, then item center. And then now inside here we're going to have the avatar. So yeah, that is the design of the avatar. Then after that we are going to have, that is the avatar, that is the details. So that is after the image tag, then two divs like that. Then here we are going to have that is the details. Okay, then after that is after that we're going to have, that is after that div, that is everything should be happening inside this. Okay, so all of this content here should be inside there, and then the bio should be just outside this div here. So should be outside that div. Okay, so I also remembered that we can check if we have the user with that username. Basically there may be an issue. So let me head over to the home page and try another one. But as we do that, you can type npx Prisma, and that is Prisma Studio. So you can try another one. So but here you can see we did not choose the bio, so the bio here is optional. Okay, and then now that is after the bio, that is just after the bio, we are going to have this div. Just basically simple things. Basically I don't feel the need to actually type all of them out. And then just after that going to have the button. Okay, just after that what you have just typed, not typed but basically pasted. So basically after this, basically we have the user. So yeah, so you can see basically we didn't have that username, so you can see what we have right here. So then you can save, and then so okay, profile, so cannot property on defined rendering length. So okay, let's see. So my bet is this one here. So that is okay. When you head over inside here, we did not include, that is query unique. Here we did not include this part. Okay, can leave likes. We won't need likes. If you want, you can actually have them. If you want, you can just leave them. Okay, so that is what we are missing basically. That is the user there. So there it is now. So yeah, so now the last thing that you are going to have is just after here. Basically that is the last thing, just inside the first div. Okay, and you are going to see the post for all the users. Sorry, that is the post for this user. So also I'm going to see how I can fix that, because and then also here you can see now we don't have any posts. So head over to the home page. Head over to the home page. So it is taking long to actually load. So for this one here, I already know it is because of undefined. So you can have an exclamation mark maybe. Yeah, so that one solves that one, because we already know we have already one username that is going to work for us, so we cannot miss both. Okay, so also here now, so okay, so let's head over inside feed. Okay, so there is this post here. So you can see we include the user, we also include the likes. So okay, interesting. So let me just confirm something. So also inside here, that is for the post here, that is query unique here. Okay, we need to update this part, whereby we need to mention what we want to include. You can say likes, you can say true, then you can say comma users true. Okay, so it should be the same. I don't know if I did something similar, but basically it should be something like that, so that when you come here and hover on this user here, okay, sorry, that is the user post, just is after it have finished loading. Okay, sorry. So also this one here I should also include, just like that. So I missed the include, so everything should be inside an include. Sorry about that. Yeah, so now you can just give it a moment. Then when you come here and see the user, basically you can see we have only two users, that is Benson Raro and Raro Benson. So basically right now, so and also my DB is actually reading something else. So sorry. Okay, I understand what the issue is now. So I'm going to head over inside here. So basically when earlier on we actually updated so here should be like relations. So basically when earlier on we updated the user using Clerk and it didn't work. Basically that is the issue. Yeah. So I just want to update the DB now so that actually it can actually be the same thing. Okay. So now you can see the errors have disappeared, all of them. So here I just want to see the name, and that is Benson Raro Coders. That is this one here. That is Benson Raro Coders. It's actually taking forever to actually head over to this page right here. Then you can save the changes. Then now just refresh. I don't know what the issue was right there. So now the next thing that what you are going to do, we are going to deploy. So now you can see the posts. That is all posts including reprise. You can see even the reprise are here. So basically you can see how it is going to it looks like. So even on large devices you can see how it looks like. Okay. So great. So let me turn the next one whereby we are going to deploy. Let's deploy. So first, before you run build, so here you can see I have just run run build. So basically to make sure that I don't have any errors, I removed any instance of ESLint because you don't have any time to solve all of that issues. And then I headed over inside client. Okay, that is inside tRPC, then client. Then basically I returned basically this. Okay, it was a bit different. So it was a bit different. So it was this way. Okay, and then now basically it is this way. Okay, make sure it is that way so that the whole URL is something like this. Okay, and then make sure that you have that URL here. We are going to have it after deploying. Then you are going to add post installed so that you can generate Prisma client that is during build, and that is it. So and then now you can just run Prisma, that is run build. Okay, after that you can head over inside your GitHub and then create a new repo. Yeah, so this one here we are going to call it rebrand X. Okay, Then for now we're going to make it private. Then after uploading the video, I make it public. So then we create the repo. So here we have the command to actually push everything, but first we are going to do a few things. So here I'm going to run git init. So you need to make sure that you have installed git, and then after running git init, you need to run git add dot to add everything. Okay, so then git commit dash m, can say first commit, then like that. So then now you can come here and copy up to this point. So these three commands, git commands, then just paste them here. Then last three just push. So just give it a moment to actually push everything. So as it pushes, you can visit basically. So for me, I had you can visit basically Vercel. So we want to create a new repo, a new project. So head over there. So you can see already I have one project, and then if it is done, not yet, so just give it a moment. I'm going to pause the video so that after finishing, then we can continue. So as you can see, it is done. So you can head over inside your GitHub. So inside here, because after refreshing, you should see your project. Okay, so you can see your project, everything that you should see. Then head back here, then you can just add, you can say project. Okay, that is new, then project. Okay, so this one here just now. Okay, and then just import it, and then head back here inside your env, copy everything, and then come here. So environment variables, paste them here. Okay, so there it is. So all of them, can minimize it, and then there is build and setting option. So this one here, that is npm and next build. So here I'm going to turn it on, and then here I'm going to choose burn. So the one that basically I run here. So this guarantees me that even on Vercel it is going to work. So that is burn, run, build. Okay, then just deploy. So I'm going to pause the video. After it is done, we are going to continue. Sorry, I also forgot about this one here. I should also burn command, that is this one here, also turn it on, and then type burn. So you can see it is already here, burn, that is burn install. So that is burn install. Okay, then deploy once more. Okay, so change that one also, because burn basically doesn't have any dependencies problem. Basically that guarantees you are not going to have any issues. So let's continue after this. So as you can see, after it was done, it actually redirected me to this page. So basically after that, you can just head over to the dashboard. Okay, so here you're going to see the URL. So here it is. Okay, so I just want to copy the URL, then I will head over to the settings. Okay, Then inside here I will choose environment variables. Okay, and then here we have the last one, I think, that is next public URL. So where is it? Next public key, next private key. Okay, so oh, so sorry, it didn't add actually the other one. So basically we need to do this once more, that is this one here. Then we just need to add it here. Okay, then we need to copy this URL. Okay, then we just need to paste it here. Okay, that way. So when you come here, you can see basically we just need the URL without the forward stroke. So basically it needs to be something like this. Okay, so yeah, then save. So you can see the way it is. Basically you cannot be able to see anything. That is because of this part. So we are going to redeploy, then you are going to hit redeploy, and then you are going to head over to view deployment. So also you can head over to the project, and then that is deployments. Okay, you can see the two deployments that you have. So basically the one that we have just done and it was a success, and the one that now we have just hit right now. Okay, so I'll pause until it is done, then we can continue. So now you can see we have everything that we had earlier on. So basically you can try to create and you see you'll be redirected to the sign in, and then you head over to the page. Okay, you will see basically you will see that basically you can be able to do all of this. So you can try to sign in and try to test everything, but basically you can see everything basically is working basically as it should. Yeah, so great work. So let's continue with another project soon, I hope. So thank you for watching, and make sure you subscribe to get more projects.